Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Royal Sussex Live. Welcome one. Uh-oh. Okay. Check one, two, three. All right. I just ran my hand across this microphone. Let me make sure it's still working. Oh, why does that say mute? Is that mute? Check one, two, three. Can you all hear me? Sounds fine, Heather Stroud. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, it's got like a touchpad on the microphone, kind of wraps around it. And if you touch it the wrong way, then it's. But I tell you what, guys, if you guys remember for like about a month, the mic just kept going out, kept going out. I promise you, I didn't do anything. It must have been a software update or something, and it works just fine now. So, because a lot of you guys were like, time for a new microphone, but I just knew there couldn't have been anything wrong with this mic. Fancy, thank you for being here first. Hi, Mary H, Vivian Green, CK is here. Fancy gifted a new membership. Thank you so much. That is going to go a powerful long way to help support this channel. I really appreciate that. That is so kind of you. Very thoughtful. Helen Marmon. Okay, Resistor. Compton, Cali Gal. Thank you for being here. All right. Ann Grumley, thank you so much. Emma D. Not just a diva, but a diva. Mayfo, thank you so much for being here. Okay, Lydia Washington is here. All right, thank you very much, Mel Shadow Wolf. All right, let's get on with it. Uh, uh, I tell you, sometimes I'm just too messy for my own good. I can be too messy for my own good. And today is no exception. Um, but I know you wouldn't have it any other way, would you? Would you? I don't think so. Okay, let's get on with it. And by the way, I don't think we'll be here more than an hour. All right. Carmen Capella, thank you very much for being here. All right. So, the big news of the day, of course, was the King Charles in the hospital. He went to the hospital. Apparently, he had some kind of setback or side effect or something to do with his cancer treatment, and he had to cancel some engagements, and that's always a serious thing, especially if you missed your godfather's funeral and then you miss your godfather's memorial service, and it just happens to coincide with the same weekend that Thomas Kingston, you know, went to the other side. And you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to make you appreciate how serious it is when they miss an engagement. It's just something the Royals don't do unless there's a very good reason for it. Hey, Stephen Black, thank you so much for being here. Rodney Jackson, hello. So, I saw this King Charles taken to hospital amid cancer battle. There he is in the middle from last night. And, something happened and they had to treat him. There on the right side, there's Charles walking alongside his emotional support, Camilla, who is wearing another one of those zip down, button down front dresses, or as okay, I will leave that alone. All right, leave it alone. Leave it alone. This is very serious. So I don't know. I don't think it's a London Bridge situation, but he just wasn't feeling well, and rather than to take any chances, they took him to the hospital. So there you are, King Charles in the hospital. Charles hospitalized. Breaking: King admitted to hospital amid ongoing cancer battle and is forced to cancel engagements. Um, Suffers bump in the road during cancer care. Wow, some kind of side effect. Well, well, anyway, I hope him a speedy recovery, and while they're there, I hope they find his heart, because I sometimes I doubt that he has a heart, but I hope they can find it. It's got to be there somewhere. So, if you are the physician for the king, do me a favor and see if you can find his heart, because sometimes I just don't believe he has one. So just asking, just asking for a friend. Okay. I think that'll do it for that. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Oh, running away from the podcast debut. Oh, well, I'm sure that is a contributing factor. Okay. So devastated Harry quits, they said, right? That was the first headline. And also, I just want to share a different photo, because this one here is kind of like, you know, them having fun just before the real photo. That is the real photo. That's the real photo. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that one, but you know, anytime it has to do with the Daily Mail, there's always the uh, possibility that that means they're trying to be shady. You know what I'm saying? So for that reason, I just don't like that one. So, but yeah, I just wanted you to see an alternative to the other photo. Yalibi, um, I did think about that. Every time that something big is supposed to happen for the Sussexes, there's always some reason why they should postpone it, or they should put it off for now, and out of respect and so on and so forth. Ain't it always something? It's always something. And as soon as I saw that, my cynical little mind started thinking, okay, here we go with this BS. It's always something. They can never just, do without some type of family emergency. And that's one of the reasons why people were so suspicious about London Bridge falling. You know what I mean? When London Bridge fell, people were just like, I hope they ain't do that on purpose. It would not be the first time. It would not be the first time. So I don't mean any disrespect when I say that, but as we know, the royal family, as we have experienced from that institution, it wouldn't be the first time that they kind of move the schedule, or if you like, the schedule, that they kind of move things a little forward to get the outcome that they desire. Yes, they did. The same two people that were accused of being racist were the same two people that all of a sudden needed surgery at the same time. The same two people who didn't have cancer until they did. I still remember February 5th, that's when they announced Charles had cancer. March the 22nd, after Kate became the butt of the joke, an international laughing stock, then all of a sudden she didn't have cancer. But cancer cells had been present. She was treated for preventative cancer. Anyway, there was a whole bunch of inconsistencies surrounding her illness, right? So, whatever it was or was not, they managed to spin things in a way that helped get them a lot of sympathy. So I don't think it's being unfair to say that, because that is, I guess, the unintended consequence or very deliberate consequence, where it was anyway. Thank you so much for your comment. And Stephen Black says, "Not my king. I'm trying to figure out how to pre-order as ever products. Hook us up, Meghan." Okay. Thank you very much for the super chat. There have been a select few people that have received Meghan's raspberry preserve, and I think I need to post my mailing address just in case they decide that as a pseudo journalist that I deserve to have one of those how do they say it in French? Accoutrements. Yeah, something like that. But yeah, I deserve to have something like that. At least it would be nice. I don't know if I deserve it, but at least it would be nice. But until then, I sit here with my credit card primed and ready to go. So anyway, thank you so much for being a member, Stephen Black, and thank you so much for being here tonight. So that was the headline that they started off with at the fail, right? And then it went into this one: Harry Charity Race Row. And of course, that made everybody kind of sit up. And you would think something like this would bring out the absolute worst, of the tabloid media. But people were tiptoeing around it and being very careful. You know, even those people that have tried to destroy Harry, there are certain limitations, because there are just some things that will not hold water. There are just some things that will not hold water. And he has gone a long way to become the man that he is today. And I'm not going to sit back and let anybody take that away from him without putting my 2 cents in. And I know a lot of people feel that way. So this was quite alarming when it first appeared. Oh, and by the way, we're going to talk some more about Meghan. Matter of fact, I got some good stuff to share with you about that. And of course, we watched the video yesterday, which I had to go into my archives. Actually, I am particularly proud of myself that I was able to find it, because I pretty much keep everything, and I do mean everything, because you never know when you're gonna need it, right? So that was one of them. There is another. Let me share that one with you so you can see another uh, view of that. Let me see here. Okay.
Such a great day here at Grand Champions Ballet Club. Again, a big thank you to all of those who provided horses, to the entire crew. I leave you with these pictures. I wish you a very, very indeed. And a cracking goal he scored also in that penultimate big choker. At number 3, ladies and gentlemen, well, I could go on could go on. This beautiful trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, put your hands together for Sentebale, Royal Salute, Dana Barnes, the Duke of Sussex, Alberto Cambiasso, and Mr. Mountbatten-Windsor. And of course, a big thank you to the Duchess of Sussex for presenting the trophy. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone who has been a part, and played such a big part in making today happen. Thank you very much, Andrew Tucker. Such a great day here at Grand Champions Ballet Club. Again, a big thank you to all of those who provided horses, to the entire crew. I leave you with these pictures. I wish you a very, very indeed. And a cracking goal he scored also in that penultimate big choker. At number 3, ladies and gentlemen, well, I could go on could go on. This beautiful trophy.
I have one word to say. Awkward. It was very awkward. Just very awkward. That whole whatever it was extremely awkward. Now, this guy right here, his name is Dr. Kelelo Larotholi, right? Several trustees, including this doctor, left Sentebale charity this week. Several trustees. One of the trustees who quit Prince Harry's charity amid a boardroom battle has said he is shocked by the chairwoman's claims of racism, sexism, and bullying. Now, that is oh gosh, what is her name? Anyway, he's a Sentebale trustee. Wait, I can get her name right here. That is oh wait, how did I do that? Oh, I didn't misplace her name. I didn't misplace the article. Oh Lord. Let's see here. Oh, there it is right there. So he is speaking to Rihanna Mills, a former trustee at the charity co-founded by Prince Harry, has said he is surprised at the claims of bullying, harassment, and misogyny, and don't forget misogynoir, made by its chairwoman. He told Sky News correspondent Rihanna Mills did not recognize the allegations. He did not recognize the allegations. Now, of course, we know Prince Harry established the charity along with Prince Say-So back in 2006 to help children suffering from HIV and AIDS and the effects of it, meaning that they may have been orphaned because of the loss of their parents and such. The royal said on Tuesday he was devastated and in shock at having to part ways. What's transpired is unthinkable, said in a joint statement issued with the co-founder Prince Say-So. The chairwoman, Dr. Sophie Chandauka, who has not been accused of anything specifically, alleged issues of poor governance, weak executive management, abuse of power, bullying, harassment, misogyny, and misogynoir. However, Dr. Larotholi told Sky News he had never witnessed these issues and that the claims came to me as a surprise. I can honestly say, in the meetings I was present in, there was never, ever a hint of such, he said. The general tone and conduct of the board has been one of respect for each other, accommodating each other's opinions and inputs, and speaking with respect to each other. So this all came as a shock to me. Let's see, it goes on to say here that Dr. Chandauka said on Tuesday that she had reported Sentebale's trustees to the Charity Commission in the UK, obtained an injunction to stop them from removing her. Precise details of the falling out within the charity are unclear, but reports have suggested it's connected to a decision to focus fundraising in Africa. I think things came to a head at the end of last year when it seemed that they were not doing as well as they used to be in the future. I'm sorry, and the future didn't look as bright as it used to. Dr. Larotholi said, added or said, as is natural in an organization, we had to sort of look inward and see how we deal with it and look at how this situation came to be. So they looked inward to try to figure out how has things changed. In other words, we were running smoothly and now we're not. I'm putting words in his mouth. Prince Harry was inspired. Yeah. We know about that. So, Dr. Larotholi said the situation was especially painful for him because he was there at the very beginning. I recall personally hosting Harry during his gap year. He happened to be in Lesotho during the Rugby World Cup. I happened to have an oversized TV, so we spent most of their time watching the World Cup. He said nothing that this, I mean, noting that this is when initial discussions about the charity started. So this doctor was there with Harry back in the day, and he said that at the time, from the very beginning, he's been around. And when the conversation about the charity started, this guy was there. So it seems like he would have so much more insight than just about anybody. He said, so I've watched them from the beginning into where they are now. I've also experienced very closely the successes they've had, the impact that they've had. When I look at that and I see where we are now, it's really disheartening and actually very painful and very personal to see what we've come to. The doctor admitted it was very difficult to think about the next steps. He said he has sensed from Harry and Princeso that they feel guilty. They have of having to take the decision they have had to take, but also understanding the fact that they had no choice ultimately for the betterment of the charity. The prince's decision to resign allows them to see what's next, Dr. Larotholi said, because I can tell you, I'm very sure they are not going to leave the kids in the lurch. They are not going to find a way. I'm saying they're going to find a way to deliver on the mission, and they've set for themselves in their memory of their mothers. A charity commission spokesman said it was aware of concerns about the governance of Sentebale and was assessing the issues to determine the appropriate regulatory steps. Okay. All right. Yeah, so that's it. That is what this guy had to say about it. Oh, there it is right there. Much bigger, too. I didn't realize I had copied all that. Now, let's take a look at this. Now, I'm sitting up here, I'm mad in my own business, ain't bothering nobody, right? And I look into my mailbox on my X, formerly known as Twitter, and I look and somebody sent me this. This was sent to me. They sent this to me. I ain't gonna say who sent it, but somebody sent it to me. The Duke of Sussex is not personally the subject of any legal action in this matter. New details have emerged in the legal disputes surrounding Prince Harry's Sentebale charity, contradicting earlier reports about the court's proceedings. It was initially reported that a judge had granted an injunction to prevent the removal of Chairwoman Dr. Sophie Chandauka. And anyway, as I told you guys, I get a lot of stuff and I have to verify it. So I said, wow, this is great. I can't wait to pass this on to the squad. So I did. I went to the source. I found out it came from GB News. Of all places, GB News. They looked into it. Let me see whoever that person is right there. However, GB News now understands no such injunction was granted. The dispute centers on a boardroom battle that saw several trustees leave the organization following a conflict with Dr. Chandauka. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? Ain't that a coinky-dink? Ain't that a coinky-dink? You mean to tell me all that rather pointed stuff that she said about, we all know she was talking about Harry, okay? I mean, I still cannot get over the words that she used, the tone that she used, making him sound like he was just passing through, like this has not been a 20-year commitment. A 20-year commitment. Harry was practically a kid when Sentebale started. And it was painful. It was very painful to see those words that she put out there in her statement. Painful. And if it felt that way to me, I could imagine how it must have been for Harry. So nobody can find the injunction. When trustees formally requested her resignation and she declined, they attempted to force the move through with a vote. Dr. Chandauka then filed a legal challenge at the High Court to prevent their meeting. While there is no formal record of proceedings at the Royal Courts of Justice, sources claim the court did not grant an injunction. As the charity board meeting was ultimately canceled, the judge reportedly decided no further hearing or court appearances was necessary. It remains unclear where this leaves Dr. Chandauka's legal challenge. It is understood that Prince Harry is not personally the subject of any legal action in this matter. The Duke of Sussex dramatically quit as patron on Tuesday night amid the ongoing boardroom tension. This development comes 19 years after Harry founded the organization. Wait, it gets better. Following Harry's departure, Sentebale issued his first social media statement on Wednesday. In a message entitled Led by the Mission, the charity appeared to downplay the importance of Harry's role. It's the incredible team on the ground, our staff, and local partners who bring our mission to life every day. Walking alongside the children and young people we serve, the charity wrote. The statement continued. While trustees are key for governance and regulation, and patrons, especially founders, are an honor to have, it's the people in the field who are advancing the work no matter what. Sentebale emphasized its commitment to supporting young youth, that is, in Southern Africa, remains as strong as ever. Or as I like to say, um, there's a hammerhead shark in the room and nobody wants to talk about it. uh, uh, I couldn't resist. I could not resist. Oh, by the way, you guys, there's a Sussex friendly space I just posted at the top of the chat. But thank you. Thank you. Um so it's I I just 19 years of commitment. And because of this messiness, Harry has had to step away from it. Yes, you did. And thank you for that. You have been able to put into words what was difficult to describe. uh well, I tell you, it's never a good thing when you see someone's dorsal fin is starting to stick out. Now, take a look here. Oh gosh, that is small. Let me see. The focus, focus, focus. You guys, the Sussex squad is no joke, okay? The Sussex squad is no joke, or as they say, they ain't no punks. They ain't no punks, and they're not cowards either. As you can see, after a full year under Sophie Chandauka's leadership, the sponsor, ISPS Honda, withdrew their partnership of the event in 2024. You see there? They were there in 2022, 2023, and by 2024, gone. I did a summary of the new developments, including spend on spent it should say on consultants on Insta Story after a full year under Sophie's leadership. Main sponsor ISPS Honda withdrew their sponsorship in 2024 despite prior involvement with Sentebale over a decade. The board was right to question her. You guys, it made sense to wait. It made sense to wait because a lot of us were having suspicions about this. And as I said, when the squatties investigate, when the squatties get on top of it, let's see here. Despite having been involved with Sentebale over a decade, according to sources familiar with the situation, the breakdown of the long-standing relationship with the sponsor occurred during her tenure, yet Chandauka did not have viable solutions to replace them. Anyways, like the other trustees, Dr. Kelelo Laratholi said he questions how Sentebale could continue without its founders. Harry was really putting his own money in too, not to mention the charities, concerts, getting the likes of Coldplay to perform, successful annual polo matches, etc. And then what else it says? No main. Oh yeah, you can see there no main sponsor in sight. If you've lost a major sponsor for key events, along with other questionable decisions under your leadership, the board is well within its rights to question whether you're the right person to lead the charity as chair. So this says at Duchess of Sussex. I do believe this was on Instagram. Anyway, everybody's been sharing it. So it's not Duchess of Success, is at Duchess of Sussex. So that is I believe someone else on Instagram. But yeah, there you go. Now, take a look here. CNN World. The specifics of the row within the charity are not yet clear, but in her own statement, Chandauka appeared to take a swipe at 40-year-old at the 40-year royal for playing the victim card. Everything I do at Sentebale is in pursuit of integrity of the organization and its mission and the young people we serve, she said in a statement reported by Britain's PA Media news agency. Yeah, she got a bit personal with that, I would say. She got a bit personal. And there again, even the Mail Online says there is no injunction. There is no injunction. She also claimed she had reported trustees to the Charity Commission, and yet no one can find the injunction. That is a bit strange. I'm not for certain. I'm not for certain when it all started. Okay. Okay. Fresh details emerge in Prince Harry's dispute as judge refused to grant injunction. Even the how did they say, an aging 1940s ventriloquist dummy, a deteriorating age. Anyway, Andrew Pierce even acknowledged that there was something fishy going on. And you know how he is about Harry and Meghan. The aging, deteriorating 1940s ventriloquist dummy Uh, I love that. That was how someone described him. He looks like a deteriorating 1940s ventriloquist dummy. That was epic. What an epic takedown. I love that. And take a look here. Reginald Lefolisa says something is amiss here. When you see the profile of this sister, Sophie Chandauka, who is the board chair of Sentebale, available here. You can see right there, he left a link where you could read all about, the web from their website. You wonder what's what. Sentebale seems too small of an organization to her to file court papers fighting removal over. In other words, as a lot of us had gone to Wikipedia and have taken a look at her bio, taken a look at her many various positions and degrees and such, that unpaid position, a voluntary position, seemed way too small for someone with her credentials. It seemed like something way too small for you to fight over. There are so many charities, and some of them that do very similar things. Her talents can be used someplace else. There must be a very good reason why, even if it's just ego, but there must be a very good reason to fight so hard, to fight against removal from an unpaid position, a voluntary position. Was it the proximity to the other board members and trustees? Was it proximity to the founders, meaning the two princes? What was the point of it? What was the point of it? Why are you fighting this? The board felt as though they were not being served as well as they should or as well as expected. They felt like things were in a decline, a downward spiral. It's as they say, if you're president of the United States, your poll numbers rise and fall based on so many things, including the weather. As president of the United States, you are responsible for the weather. So if you are the chair of the board, you're responsible. Bad luck can only go so far. Brianna Gordon, who has been friends with Harry for a very long time, she was very quick to run to Harry's defense. She says, the thing I have always admired about Prince Harry, the thing that makes me raise my head above the parapet and stick up for him time and time again is that he cares. He really, really cares. I knew this from the moment I met him almost 10 years ago now. It was at an event to launch Heads Together, the charitable campaign he had created with his with his brother and his sister-in-law, Kate. I'm going to be nice. Now, Prince and Princess of Wales. To get people talking about mental health in a world where it feels as if everyone is talking about their feelings It's hard to remember how genuinely groundbreaking this moment was. Three members of the most famously buttoned up family telling those with mental illness they weren't alone, they weren't forgotten, they were welcome and wanted. I have been invited because I'd been open about my own mental illness, writing extensively about the obsessive compulsive disorder that had left me in terrible fear since childhood. I also recently set up a peer support group, Mental Health Mates, that had started to offer walks to get together to others suffering from mental illness. As I stood there in London Olympic Park, chatting to them openly about so many often ignored mental health conditions, I remember being struck by how wholeheartedly the three young royals were committed to the cause. This was not a case of them um, blah, 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 putting their names to some passing fad in the hopes of winning brownie points with the nation. Over the next year, I did a lot of work with them, and I learned with each passing meeting that they lived, breathed, and slept heads together. Now she's being very nice to the rest of them. Um, Let me get to Harry. He chatted about the dark times with candor of someone who'd been through them personally. It was this that led me to ask if he considered being the first guest on a podcast I was about to start, one in which interviewees spoke about their own mental health. So that's how they became friends. That's how they became friends. And Brianni Gordon has been there for Harry ever since. Um, if you take a look here, I didn't realize this until today, but um, if you look in the background there, I must have seen this photo, I don't know how many times. I did not realize that she was at this event with Meghan. I forget what the event was, but yeah, um, she was one of the more welcoming people when Meghan first came to the UK. They're right on on the left side there. There's enough for another book. I cut memoir in half. Yeah. So, oh, actually, you know what? These are reverse. The top um, header should be on the right and vice versa, because the one on the left side, that was when they took the picture on the right. And the one on the right side, that was the one, I believe, from when Harry did the podcast. So, anyway, they go back like cornrows. That's what I'm trying to say. They go back like cornrows. And here's another image of Brianni and Meghan. So she's been good friends with them. And as far as I know, she's the only British reporter that has ever been invited to their home. And she received one of those highly coveted jars of preserves. But because she was jet lagged and kind of out of it when she left, she accidentally left it on the back seat of the taxi. She left her uh she left her actually, I bet you is very collectible, because that was the American Riviera Orchard jar that she left behind. Now that's a collector's item. Anyway, but yeah, so she's the only reporter that I know that has been invited to their home. And before she, let me see here, I think she was with the Times, right? No, she was with the Telegraph. And then she went over to the Daily Fail. So yeah, She was with the Telegraph, and then eventually she went to the Daily Mail. But she is still true to the Sussexes, and that's all that matters. And there's Harry. Oh, you know what? This looks different from the other photo, doesn't it? He has a new charm on his necklace, doesn't he? What is that? Bum, 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 bum. Yes, he has a new charm on his necklace. That is so cool. I didn't notice that. I didn't notice that. Oh, you know what? I haven't mentioned this for quite some time, but I'm going to go ahead and change the pin at the top of the chat. Um, if you look at the top of the chat, that is the official Royal Sussex wish list. That is a list of things from Amazon. Now, of course, you're not obliged to order anything from that list, but it's a fun surprise for me. Sometimes when I least expected, I have a package waiting for me, and it could be whatever's on the list. I never know what someone has selected. So if you're inclined and you feel inspired, you can select an item from the wish list. A fun surprise. Okay. But yeah, I did that today. I thought, you know what? I think Harry needs to wear I think Harry just needed to remind everybody that you know, there's all kind of people in this world. That's what I'm trying to say. There's all kind of people in this world. But uh I know that's too much. Too much, right? Too soon? But life goes on, you guys. Life goes on. Take a look here. Common Sense Summit on Kids and Family. This week in San Francisco, the Archewell Foundation joined fellow proponents of safety by design and responsible tech solutions at the Common Sense Summit on Kids and Families. Leaders advocate research and policymakers gathered to discuss crucial issues, including youth mental health, social media, and the impact of AI. Attendees focused on a common goal of establishing an online world that prioritizes the well being of children and families through cross sector conversation and diverse coalition building. So this is on the Archewell website. I haven't mentioned this in quite some times, but please, 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 when you have an opportunity, go to the Archewell website and check out the things that Harry and Meghan have posted. I know that Meghan is on social media again, and that is fantastic. But that Archewell website deserves our attention. The attention it deserves is not really happening because I know we're inundated with so much other media, but they they get the numbers. They know how much traffic is going through there, so we should, you know, every so often go through and check and see what's new. And to be honest with you, I didn't know that this was there until one of the other squatties that I follow posted that. So, yeah, please do from time to time just check it out, just so that they know that we're paying attention. So, yeah, life goes on, and there's still work to do with their other philanthropic humanitarian work. Now, Meghan Markle teases new, never before seen moment from her Netflix show on Instagram. We couldn't fit it all in, but my goodness, Did we have fun trying? The Duchess of Sussex captioned in the video. Yeah, the video. Um, and oh, look at there. Oh, by the way, that article is in People Magazine if you want to check it out. Yeah, if you want to check it out, that is in People Magazine. Oh, I did not have that saved. Anyway, but yeah, you can see it in People Magazine. Now, I didn't know. I guess this guy is Daniel Martin's partner. Yeah, I guess this guy is Daniel Martin's partner, Ben. Ben's is it Ben Skirvin? Yeah, he says here, feeling jammy. Daniel Martin and I were lucky enough to have Meghan gift us, as ever, official preserve. Can't wait to spread this on everything. Also, be sure to check out With Love Meghan on Netflix. Now is filled with great tricks and tips for the ultimate hosting experience. And then you can see Daniel Martin responds, perfect song, babe. So yeah, I guess that's his partner. And look at there. Meghan didn't just give one preserve to their household. That is, if they live together. They got two of them. They got two, one each. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. One each in that amazing collectible box. Let's see. Oh, this was another photo from the People Magazine article. And so was this one. Ah, this is what I couldn't wait to get to. This is what I could not wait to get to. I'm going to share with you what Meghan posted today. Now, remember, this is no reason for you to not go directly to the Instagram, because remember, we want to put as much traffic through there and all the likes possible so that people know that that we're here for Meghan. So you could always do that whenever you get the opportunity. But for those of you that are not on Instagram, I'm going to share this with you. Just as soon as I find it. Oh my. Okay, what did I do here? Okay, coming up, coming up. Now, the music may be a problem. As you know, I may have to turn the music down. There you go. So this is the process. It looks like they make it in small batches, which is good. The quality is always much better when they make food in small batches. Ah, look at there. Look at there. Oh, I could just dive into those raspberries. I could just dive. I could get a good running start and just dive into that tub of raspberries. And look at the quality. Look at the quality of the raspberries. And raspberries are very, very delicate. They have a limited shelf life. And as you can see, they have selected only the best raspberries for your consideration. It is something so good about raspberries. Um, whenever I have the choice between raspberry and strawberry, I always go for the raspberry. Oh my goodness. Doesn't that look good? I could just I'm like drooling right now. That looks so good. How about that? Wow. Wow, that looks good. Okay, I saw a question. I'll let that slip past me. Where is it? Someone just asked about the best way to get to the store. Now, the preserve is not available to us just yet, but if you go to As Ever, you can sign up for the a newsletter, right? And you should get emails. Now, I have not checked my emails in a minute, but when the first emails came out, I could not find my As Ever email because it went to the spam. So if you did sign up and you haven't received any emails, do check your spam because it may be there. And a lot of people said that they could not find their As Ever. And sure enough, it was in the spam. So, As Ever, I'm checking right now. Okay. Yeah, I think the last thing I received was March the 4th. And there was a welcome from Meghan. Asever.com. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, okay. They just have the pictures. I'm just like, is it ready? Is it ready? But yeah, so it's coming soon, you guys. It is coming soon. Wow, I was getting excited. I was getting excited. Or should I say, I was getting my credit card. I was getting my credit card. Okay, so there you go. But asever.com, that takes you to Meghan's website, asever.com. Yeah, asever.com. And you'll see all the pictures of the products there. It's going to be great. It is going to be great. Oh, the closet. I'm sorry. For the closet, you go to Instagram, right? You go to Instagram and you'll see a link on Meghan's Instagram. So go to Meghan on, Instagram, and you'll find the link there. Yep, that's the easiest way to get to the closet is to go to the Instagram and you'll see the link there. Oh, but thank you for asking because we definitely want people to be able to access it. Is Petal here? Is Petal here? I am so honored. Petal of Facts and 2 Cents. Petal, we are waiting for you to weigh in. We're waiting for you to weigh in about the charity. So I am going to replace the pin at the top of the message There we go. That is the pen to pedal of Facts and Two Cents. But yeah, I felt like it was well above my pay grade. I was afraid to talk about it. I'm like, where is pedal? We need pedal to weigh in on this one. Nobody can investigate like pedal. And when it comes to calling these people out, wherever there has been injustice, there you will find pedal ready to call them out. Pedal could make a cop cry. So don't mess with pedal and don't mess with the Sussex squad. There you go. So this is what Meghan posted today. Daydreaming about the rose cupcake and never before seen moment from season 1 of With Love, Meghan on Netflix. We couldn't fit it all in, but my goodness, we have fun trying. Thanks again to the crew. Miss you guys. So this is one of the things. I guess there was probably a few things that Meghan created that could not fit. So you guys, I don't know if you're on the Instagram, but if you're not on the Instagram, you're going to miss out. You're going to miss out. Now, if you are away from social media for your mental health and well-being, don't worry. I'm going to talk about stuff here. But we want to make sure that uh, the Instagram and anything else online that the Sussexes are involved with, we want to make sure that it's growing. We want to make sure that it's getting all the attention it deserves. So if you can, if it's not going to, cause you a problem, but if you've stepped away from social media or various other places in social media, do not let me tempt you. Okay. Um, Especially when it comes to X, formerly known as Twitter, because that is a brutal place nowadays. Petal says, I'm trying to protect my peace and stay in my happy place. I understand. I understand. It can be some very heavy stuff. And I think I had my meltdown some time ago. Excuse me, which definitely surprised quite a few people, but it was what was that about? I think it was about the one of those magazine articles where they just kind of did like Frankenstein and put a whole bunch of stuff sewn together. And I was like, okay, this needs to they need to call this one out because you just can't let everything go by. You just cannot. But we use humor a lot here at Royal Sussex because it kind of takes the sting out of it, and it always makes me feel good dragging people. And I know some of you guys are like, okay, this is a good day for Harry and Meghan. Why do we have to talk about Will and Kate? Because we want to drag them. We want to expose them. Good day or bad day for Harry and Meghan. I always feel so much better. I always feel so much better when I get through dragging them people. So if it's not your cup of tea, I try to wait until we get to a certain point and then, but yeah, if it's not your cup of tea, fine. But some of us like to drag them. Some of us are just having fun with the whole soap opera of it. So that is one of the reasons why things go the way they go. Let me see here. Oh my goodness. TC, thank you so much for the Cash App. Not you, Siri. I didn't call you Siri. But thank you so much for the Cash App. And let me see. Was there a message with that? I cannot see it. But yeah, I do see that you sent a Cash App. So thank you very much for that. Greatly appreciate it. Oh, and thank you for becoming a new member to Thelma. Thank you very much for becoming a new member of Royal Sussex. Okay. Wait, did something happen? I'm seeing some prayers. Did something happen? I'm going back. I'm taking a look. Did I miss something? Oh, I see here. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Okay, we will definitely keep everyone, the family in our prayers, and thank you for sharing that with us. Okay, I almost missed that. Wait a minute. I'm not sure who that is. And I should know who that is, and I don't recall. Chewbacca. Uh, uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we're trying to have fun and focus on Meghan. Absolutely. Thank you very much. Okay. What is next? Okay. So someone just asked about Meghan's shop or store. This was the last thing that Meghan posted. The other day, I shared with you, she has Meghan's closet or clothes, right? And then the next day, it was, what was it the next day? I forget. And then the makeup. So she has 3 different categories on her. Let me see here. I'm losing my voice again. Yeah, I get reflux sometimes, and I don't take the medicine religiously, but I'm trying. Let me see here. I'm gonna go to the shop so I can see. Okay, shop my, and there it is. Okay, so there's my closet, beauty, and then the wedding edit. So this one is the wedding edit because Daniel Martin spoke about Meghan's makeup. He was asked about it. And so he mentioned the items that were used on her wedding day and some of the other makeup that she uses. So, as you guys know, Daniel Martin, the makeup artist, and Meghan are very close friends. And I believe that Sophie, not what am I saying, Sophie? I believe that Archie and Lily refer to him as Uncle Daniel. So, all right, I'm going to let you hear what Daniel Martin had to say about the makeup. I'll play that for you. But yeah, he was on a podcast and they were asking him about Meghan's makeup.
Oh, that was recently. Like, yeah. Oh, she went to her friend Tyler Perry was being honored.
Okay.
It was the Paley Center honors.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
See that? How the glamour all
it's just
over?
like her
Did you do that
clavicle
or
looks
no?
like it is worth $1 million.
So what is
So that was the live tinted Q Glow.
Oh, okay. because I think that looked very fresh. Speaking of fresh ideas for spring, because I think a lot of people will sometimes, it's
They
self-tan or it's
forget
bronzer or nothing.
Yeah.
So what?
It was literally just that had like
Yeah.
head to toe.
Yeah. So what is that product? Is it like a gleam?
It's a serum.
Okay.
And it's in a bottle, a squeeze bottle. And a lot of times too, when people use a product like that, they just focus on the face. They don't really focus it. But that was recently. Like,
yeah.
oh, shoot.
Oh,
It's
I really
pretty.
like it with
It's
my I'm
pretty.
wearing it with the Road lip liner.
Yeah, it's beautiful because it just kind of manipulates.
I have one more question before we let you go. I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you did Meghan Markle's look for the Invictus games in December, or am I wrong?
I wasn't with her.
Oh, okay. It was on your Instagram.
Maybe not the Invictus games. Was
Or
something
maybe it was
else?
something else, but she was like super glowy, and it was all whatever you used or somebody used was all over her shoulders and decollete as well.
That was recently. Like,
yeah.
oh, she went to her friend Tyler Perry was being honored.
Okay.
It was the Paley Center
Yes.
honors.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
You see that? How the
Yeah.
glimmer all
It's just
over?
like her
Did you do that
clavicle
or
looks
no?
like
Mhm.
it is
So
worth
what-
$1 million.
So what is
So that was the live tinted Hue Glow.
Oh, okay. Because I think that looked very fresh. Speaking of fresh ideas for spring, because I think a lot of people will sometimes, it's self-tan or it's
forget
bronzer or nothing.
Yeah.
So what?
It was literally just that had like
Yeah.
head to toe.
Yeah. So what is that product? Is it like a gleam?
It's a serum.
Okay.
And it's in a bottle, a squeeze bottle. And a lot of times too, when people use a product like that, they just focus on the face. They don't really focus it. But I wanted it to be a part of, and I just wanted it to be a part of her face and just
yeah.
how she looked. But my my makeup inspo was actually the Pat McGrath glass.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What she did at Couture.
Yeah, for
Kelly.
Margiela.
Yeah.
Margiela, yes.
I think that was the most. That was like a breakthrough. Like that was what it was supposed to be.
Yes.
A breakthrough beauty moment, runway, backstage, like old school, like how we all fell in love with fashion and makeup.
Yes.
That was such a fucking moment that I was like, how do I do this? How do I get that same effect, but using what we had? Because at the time, her product wasn't out yet.
Right.
Right.
I was just about to ask you if you've tried the product.
Yeah.
And
you can't move your mouth. You can't
see, talking
speak.
about best of spring. This is the real tea.
This is so like the box though, right?
Yeah.
Like what you would wear back in the day in like that club where it's like you can't move your mouth. That's not a problem.
Yeah,
It's the
shut the
look.
fuck up.
It
You
calls
look amazing.
You don't need to talk.
You don't need to
It's called
talk.
the skin fetish peel off glass.
Ugh,
Skin
it's-
fetish glass.
Okay, so if you want to hear the entire podcast, let me see. The podcast is called Breaking Beauty Podcast, and he was with the ladies that you see there. It's called Breaking Beauty Podcast. So if you want to hear the entire conversation, that is where you would go for that. But I thought that was hilarious when they were speaking about her clavicles. And, I had to hunt around and try to find a photo. I'm just like, I know I got a nice picture of her clavicles. So there you can see around the, necklace and everything. So cannot believe we're having this conversation right now. But yeah, so that is the last category that Meghan added to her Shop My Closet, Shop My Beauty, Shop My Wedding edit. So if you have not seen it, the way that I know how to get to it is to go through Instagram. And when you go to her Instagram, you will see where there is a link that says Shop My, and then it takes you there. So hope that was helpful. And let's continue here. So there are the products that we're all waiting for. I want edible flowers, but I'm going to wait for Meghan. I want to, I want everything there. I want some more raspberry spread. I'm gonna wait for Megan. Um, I'm gonna make some crepes and the shortbread cookies and stick my thumb in it and put some raspberry on it. So pretty much everything that I eat until it is all gone is going to include honey, raspberry, edible flowers, and so on. So cannot wait. Uh, Did you like that? Did you like that? I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny. Before it was a H for Harry. Um and when it was someone else, it was a A minor. But now it's a hammerhead shark. Ah, Antoinette Kennedy, I have to confess something. Now, I actually remember I mentioned that I had saved some stamps for the local grocery store, and they had, I think it was Cuisinart, whatever brand it is, they had cast iron stuff. So I got the saucepan, I got a roasting pan, and I still have never used, a pan. What do you call it? A saute pan, or I forgot what you call it. But the pan like Megan had, I got one of those, but it's not Le Creuset. It is a stainless steel pan. And I've never opened the box. I never opened the box. And I do cook a lot, but I got a bunch of pans and I just never got around to using that one. So I'm conflicted. Do I wait for my Le Creuset or do I use this unused pan? Maybe, maybe I'll wait till I can get my Le Creuset and then I'll gift this pan. I just wait till Christmas and gift it or something. But it's a beautiful pan. It's got the glass lid and everything. And it's got the handle on each side, same shape, but just not Le Creuset. It's not cast iron. It's all stainless steel. And I forgot I had the thing. I was cleaning out the cupboards and I'm just like, oh, I forgot about you. I think I probably had that thing for maybe 7 years or more. Well, anyway, so I could very well use that. It will have the kind of, Megan vibe, but I feel like I need to use a cast iron Le Creuset because I want to identify with Megan. I think it makes us closer. I think it would make us closer. And okay, I'm a real big Aretha Franklin fan, but I never wanted to meet Aretha Franklin because I thought she might be kind of mean. I would love to meet Megan. I would be shocked if she disappointed me in any way. There's some people that I'm crazy about, I would never want to meet. And then there are some that I'm just like, you know what? I'll take my chances. They always say never meet your heroes. But if I never meet Megan, I want to have that pen. So I'm going to save up for it. And I'm going to go to the, what do you call that place? The outlet store. In a month or two, I'll go to the outlet store. It's near the airport, and that's why I hate to go that direction. But I'm gonna go there, and they say if you get it from the store, you can get some kind of discount, or you get a gift or something like that. So that's what I'm gonna hold out for, is to go to the Le Creuset outlet store. Plus, I just want to be in that environment with fellow shoppers. It's kind of like a spiritual thing. It'll be very spiritual. You use stainless steel, huh? Okay. All right. I'm tempted. I just hate to open it and use it because I have an Olympic size pan that I could use instead of that. And it's like new. And I don't know, I may gift it. I may gift it. I mean, I don't just have to use it. Oh, but I got so lucky. I love to tell this story, right? So I was looking at all the stainless steel stuff and I was trying to figure out, okay, I've saved all these stamps. Which pan, which pot should I get? And this lady I've never met, did not know her and never seen her again. She said, "Oh, you collect the stamps too?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Well, here, you can have mine." She said, "I'm not going to use these." She said, "So if this helps you," and I was like, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." So instead of getting 2 pans that day, I got 3, which includes the roasting pan. So I really lucked out that day. People can be very, very nice. Ah, Blue Diamond. I think mine is Cuisinart. Yeah, mine is Cuisinart. You know, I just went and opened up the oven and took it out, right? Yeah, Cuisinart, um, stainless steel. That's what it is. So yeah, I suspect all 3 pieces were Cuisinart. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. So there you go, Le Creuset, put on the map. I mean, it was already a big deal, but it is a bigger deal because of the Duchess of Sussex. I must admit, I never paid attention to it. And you know what? I have a friend that is traveling right now, right? And so I'm just like, what hotel are you at? And so I went to the hotel website and I saw the breakfast buffet. They had the oval shape, Le Creuset, the oval shape. You see the red one at the bottom? That's what they had. They had like those lined up across the buffet. Now, mind you, this is a very high-end hotel. And I'm just like, Le Creuset is everywhere. It is everywhere. And it's going to be that many more places by the time Christmas rolls around. Oh, did you? Oh, okay. Can you share the link? I'd like to see it. Oh, you got the Cuisinart too. Yeah, I love stainless steel stuff. I love stainless steel stuff. Okay, well, when you do, can you make sure there's no cameras around? Because I don't want people I don't want any acknowledgement that that the Sussexes ever met me. I don't want to cause them any embarrassment. The way I drag Harry's family, I don't want to cause them any embarrassment. Okay. So, you guys, I have a couple of sound bites for you. I have a couple of sound bites for you. Um, I covered up any evidence of what show this is. I covered up all evidence of what show this is. But if you know, you know. Please don't mention it. We don't want to give them any credit. Um, but I thought I heard just a little bit of defeat in their voices. I heard acknowledgement and I heard defeat. Now, I did not watch this show directly. One of the squatties who keeps us up to date on the more important things, I borrowed it from there. And So I'm not giving them any engagement by sharing this with you because I didn't engage with it myself.
The thing is, if you're successful, well, you know, I understand I read somewhere.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, the thing is, if you're successful, well, you know, she's had a go at it, and you've got to give her sort of credit for that, in my view. You know, it's not such a. I mean, if everybody does it, why shouldn't she?
it's also just the final sort of part of that transformation into an influencer. They all do that.
But then she, you know, she's supposed to be a duchess of the royal family. You know, should they be doing that? I don't know.
But I mean, she's been criticised, I think. Why? Is it mainly because she posted that image with Lilibet and Archie just a couple of minutes before?
I think that you've just touched on it then as well. There's this real identity crisis. It's like, who is she?
Yeah.
She didn't want the kids to be on display in the royal family, which I think a lot of parents understand to a point. But then she's launched the Instagram and she's using the kids, which again is her prerogative, but it just kind of falls out of step with what she said previously. And then, you know, there's her monogram with the crown on it, but then she's kind of an influencer, which she has the right to earn money, but it just looks a bit jarring going, you know, having the royal stamp on it. So, I just see it.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt. Now, the last person that you heard speaking was that person at the bottom left. She mentioned, or they mentioned, about the children. The reason why, in my opinion, this is my opinion, the reason why they did not want to share the children is because as a mixed race woman of African descent who is being made to feel unwelcome and receiving threats from people in a country that is not her own. And Harry, a father who lost his mother because of the press. If I'm in a country and unanimously people seem to be okay, and I know it's not the majority of people, but the fact that nobody else spoke up, that people were not, you know, outraged by it, more openly outraged by it, to me as a parent, it would seem like I am surrounded by people who think it's okay to compare my son of African descent with a chimpanzee. So no, I'm not sharing my child. I don't feel like it's safe. Maybe they feel safer now, and you have a right to feel differently about things. You have a right to change your mind. You have a right to be more comfortable in your circumstances than when you were in a country with so much hostility. And your own family is not defending you. Not your paternal or maternal side of the family is defending you. Everybody is mum. So yeah, no, you cannot, you can't. You just can't see my kids. The other thing about Meghan using a crown, a cipher, her royal cipher on letters and such, that is her right. She has a right to do that. There are many people in the aristocracy that earn money. And yes, there are some people that are royal family members that earn money that goes in their pockets, that use their credentials as they choose. The only thing that Harry and Meghan promised that they would avoid is using their HRH. They're not going to use the HRH. They are still His and Her Royal Highness, but they are not using it at this time. So they have not broken the promise. They have not breached some kind of protocol or tradition or rule. They have not. They're doing as they're supposed to. Nothing is out of sorts, whatever they say. They're trying to build a case, but the case is not warranted. It is not accurate. None of that. So yeah, they're doing what they're supposed to do. So I just wanted to make sure I point that out, just in case there's anybody who do not understand.
It all is a bit of an identity crisis. I think
I agree.
the
You know,
core of the issue.
after the Queen died, she named her son Prince Archie and Princess Elizabeth. I mean, she got that title for those children. I don't know. She's in a strange world, really, because she's using that title because it's not from a great acting career. She's known. It's from marrying into the royal family, and she's using that. But you know what? The videos they made, they got millions for that. The book, I mean, they're just, I suppose, looking for more and more ways to make lots of money.
Well, that has been branded tacky, the fact that you're just looking at ways to make money and putting pictures of your children on Instagram.
It's probably tacky here, but in America, it's not probably the same. I mean, in America, it's all money driven.
Didn't I just say that? Didn't I just say that? I just said that yesterday and perhaps the day before. You got the wrong country, boo. If you're trying to shame someone because they earn a lot of money, because they enjoy having money, and in Harry and Meghan's case, they really do need money for security. If you're trying to shame them because of their circumstances and because of their success, it does not fly in the United States. You're not looked frowned upon for being successful. You're not frowned upon because of hard work.
Everything. But here it's, we probably think it's a bit tacky and probably don't think it's the right thing to do. But in America, maybe, I mean, if Gwyneth Paltrow is doing it, Meghan's doing it, and they do well, probably get some other film star come along and do something similar. But, I'm not a big fan of Meghan's, but, she's getting off and a backside and doing something with her life. She's trying to make a go of things, and whether it succeeds or not, she's had a go. Now I saw that. I said last time I was on the show that I watched the first one of that series about the cooking, and it was boring. And for me, it was very boring. But for some people, it might have been really interesting. They couldn't wait for the next one and the next one. And probably in America, we're not looking at it through their eyes. That's probably, they think that's a good thing. She's out there, she's working hard and making money. What I worry is, where's Harry in all this? We don't see him doing anything. He's not involved in any of it. He just seems to be wandering around, probably feeding these chickens. I don't know what he's doing all day long, but she seems to be beavering away, and fairly.
That is his tagline right there. Harry's feeding his chickens. Where's Harry? He's feeding his chickens. Harry's not doing anything but feeding his chickens. That old fart knows darn well Harry works extremely hard. Harry is no sloucher, and he knows that. If you want to find someone that you can point to and use the term lazy, you know where to go. You know where to go. You got several people in that family that you can brand lazy. Harry is not the one.
As I said, I'm not a fan of hers, but at least she's doing something with her life.
Yeah.
Is this a really good point? I mean, this moves on to the next
I agree
issue.
completely, by the way. Yeah.
The next issue is her podcast, and if we're going to give her credit, and I think it's only fair sometimes, to just not attack, but if you do something.
Wait, did he just say it's only fair sometimes? That's that dope in the bottom right. It's not fair to just attack. That's what you've been doing. Why is it all of a sudden unfair to attack? Or do I hear the agony of defeat? To me, it sounds like I'm hearing defeat.
Thing that we think deserves credit, of course we talk about it. So is it the case that this Confessions of a Female Founder is her podcast. It's talking about entrepreneurs. It's trying to elevate women. It's talking about, they call it girls talk, and talking about advice that turns small ideas into billion-dollar businesses. So we talked about her being a social media influencer. Is she now, with this podcast, an entrepreneur? And is that something that we should give her credit for as like a working mum, for instance?
Well, I certainly will listen to it. I mean, I listen to a lot of podcasts. I listened to one this morning on the radio about James Dyson, and it's
they're trying to dance around what Meghan has already done. Meghan has already been an influencer before she married into that family. Meghan was already an entrepreneur before she married into that family. She's not starting something new. She's continuing where she left off before the world's biggest hate campaign. She's only continuing from where she left off. So this is not anything new.
So she'll just join another list of people doing it. But, she may have something interesting to say. And some of the people she brings along might be even more interesting. Have you seen how many people turn up? I don't know how many of her so-called friends she invited to the wedding are still her friends. You don't see them.
I cannot stand that old queen. I cannot stand that old queen. And trust me when I say this, that's an old queen there. I know an old queen when I hear one.
With her, but we'll just have to wait and see. I think, she's going to do it, and there's nothing we can do about it except we can listen to it and we'll say whether we like it or not. We just have to see.
Monty, is the wife of Prince Harry setting up a podcast? Is she an entrepreneurial icon?
I think she would like to be from this point forward. It remains to be seen when we listen to it, how that goes. But I do think she's in a bit of a no man's land. People don't like to see laziness. People don't like to see, someone using their connections and coasting along. And in that regard, the fact that she's out there and working.
We voted, not myself, of course, but there have been several presidents of the United States, whether it was Madison, Bush, Roosevelt, and they were namesakes. They only got those positions because they were namesakes. Some of them were good presidents and some of them were not, but they were only there because they were namesakes. So this idea that there's something wrong with using the family brand, there's a family right now in the White House that is fleecing the nation as we speak. This is their second go at it. Everybody's getting rich. Everybody in that family is getting rich. Do you see people walking, or should I say marching in the streets about it? No. People would be surprised if you didn't make any money. At least they're not taking money from the government. That's one of the things that the current occupants of the White House have in common with the reigning monarchy is that they're getting plenty money from the public. Take.
And exactly like you said, working hard at building something. Some people like it, some people don't. But at the end of the day, she has to earn a living and she is trying. So even though I found her show boring myself, at least she made it. And at least she's doing a podcast now. And really, isn't that what we've asked for? People say they just want them to go away, but the reality is that they have to earn an income. So, if you don't like it, you don't have to listen to it. I'll certainly give it a go. I don't think it's going to reinvent the wheel. It didn't really fit. And at least she's doing a podcast now. And really, isn't that what we've asked for? People say they just want them to go away, but the reality is that they have to earn an income. So, if you don't like it, you don't have to listen to it. I'll certainly.
If you don't like it, you don't have to listen to it.
Give it a go. I don't think it's going to reinvent the wheel. It didn't really excite me too much, but maybe it will. Maybe she'll showcase a bit more of personality and we'll find out.
She's certainly good at it, when she presents things, and she does it beautifully, and she's good at it. I mean, we'll see what the podcast is. But the podcast will be, it's all about content. Just see if she's got much content to put, or get some famous people in, the tennis player, Serena Williams, and some of the other people, the Clooney's, maybe they might come, who knows? And it just might be just great, but we'll see. We've got to give it a chance. Give it a go.
Do we want to do any predictions for this? I mean, I think we all got a little bit tired and bored with.
Well, I feel like we're talking about it, really, Matt.
Yeah.
Anything else to talk about?
With this, specifically on this podcast, I mean, what do you think, Bronte? Do you think it will be a success? Do you think it will?
Why don't you talk about the rest of the royal family? They're so darn interesting. Why don't you talk about Will and Kate's adventures? Why don't you talk about Sophie Wessex, who goes all the way to New York to be ignored again? She has to bring her own photographers because there's no one in the local press who gives a damn. Huh? Why don't you talk about that? Or why don't you talk about Godzilla Camilla or Chucky? There's so many other things that they could talk about. They could talk about homelessness and such, but they won't do that because the only way that you're going to get any interest is Harry and Meghan. So as they sit there and ponder whether or not this podcast is going to be successful, Joe Rogan, that's all I have to say, is Joe Rogan, who was knocked off his throne as #1 podcast, a position he had held for 3 years, and along comes Meghan, and he toppled right down like the rest of them. So, yeah, instead of looking stupid and making a prediction, probably better to move on.
Is it just there to boost her fame and to boost, put her all over the newspapers and in the press because they're undoubtedly going to write about it? Or is this, going to be a success?
It ties in with the other things that she's doing. So I understand it from that perspective. Maybe it will be empowering and it will appeal to the, audience that it needs to. What I really hope from it, but I don't know that we're going to see it, is the issue that was with Love Meghan for me, which was she's being so careful and polished at all times. You're not seeing a person that you can really connect with. And that's what she needs to do. If you're creating content that is based around yourself and your personality, you need to showcase it. So I'm hopefully that happens here. But from the teaser, I'm not sure, but maybe, hopefully.
Well, Arthur wants to move on, and I think he speaks for a lot of people. All right, we never can fully move on from Meghan because she keeps giving and giving and giving. But let's move on to some
taking and take.
No, you had it right the first time. Giving and giving and giving. And thanks to Meghan, you probably have upgraded quite a few parts of your life. You done probably got a better vehicle. You done done your kitchen over. You're helping put your kids through school and such. So it's giving and giving. That is the height of hypocrisy, taking and taking. They're the ones that's taking. And Arthur's sitting up there with his head all cocked to the side. That old queen sitting up there taking and taking it. And well, you know what? She would give a new meaning to take. So I better stop while I'm ahead. But it seems like all he has on his mind is Harry coming back. That's scary how much he thinks about Harry. I'd be afraid. It's almost with lust that he talks about Harry. It's disturbing, actually. He still believes that Harry is going to leave his family and come back and work for the royal family. So for some people that don't have a lot to offer, and trust me, Harry would rather be in Montecito feeding chickens than to be in that royal family and being downwind from his brother. Could you imagine your whole financial future tied to someone that has as much resentment as Prince William? And not only that, not just you suffering from that, but your wife and your children too. You would raise them in that environment when you can sit in Montecito and feed chickens? When you can be the impact officer of a self-help company? When you're the founder of the Travelers? Invictus, co-founder of the Sentebale, numerous investments, and Harry and Meghan, they still have not tapped into the lecture circuit. And trust me, if they went and started doing those lectures, they could make millions just from that. Corporations, universities, colleges would be glad to have them, all expenses paid, and a nice big fat check on the other end of it. They haven't even scratched the surface. So pay no attention to Barbie and that Pinocchio, because he looks like something carved out of wood, and that old queen up there at the top. Pay no attention to them. They're just salty and bitter. Bitter, bitter, bitter. Baby Sis Doll says, penny pitching Le Creuset on eBay still not cheap. Well, given its new popularity, I can't imagine that the prices are going to go down, but I think that anybody shopping for it would do better going to the outlet store. If you have one near you, try the outlet, because even if you don't get a discount, you may possibly get a substantial gift. They reward people for going to the outlet store. So try to do that first if you can. And Owen, thank you so much for the super chat. And Leg says, wait, is her kid's face on? Is her kid's faces on the jam goalpost? Thank you, Legs. And got a super sticker from Deborah Anderson. Thank you so much. And thank you for watching Royal Sussex. Okay. And wow, I missed a whole lot of comments, but I'm going to. Arthur Edwards was creepy. Yeah, when he took that picture of Diana, she was wearing that skirt that the fabric was very sheer, and he positioned himself opposite the sunset, and it was quite disturbing. I should say quite disturbing. That is a mean old queen. And she come up with some zingers too. You can tell that Arthur Edwards and Camilla the Godzilla, they're very close. He danced with her at some press party, and every so often, and I got the receipts. He will, out of the blue, make some comment comparing Camilla and Diana. Like the time he said that Camilla is much more likable than Diana. I mean, who says something like that? I get on much better with Camilla than I did Diana. All the money that he made while Diana suffered from that family. And that's how he speaks about her. The best thing to do is to just not say anything, but he won't do that. Gwyneth Paltrow shut down Meghan Sussex feud rumors, something Princess Catherine never did. Now, this is from Feminagra. If you have not gone to the Feminagra page, please do, because they have some very, very good articles about the Sussexes. They always, every day, they talk about the Sussexes, and their articles are very well written, thought-provoking, very, very fair. They've been extremely fair to the Sussexes. So whenever I see anything from them, I check it out. So they say when rumors swirled online about a supposed feud between Gwyneth Paltrow and Meghan Sussex over breakfast videos and lifestyle branding, many expected the story to spiral, just like the media once did with Meghan and Kate Middleton. But Gwyneth stopped it cold, but didn't let it. Instead, she did what few public figures do. She responded quickly, clearly, and with kindness. On March 25th, 2025, she posted an Instagram story answering a fan who asked if she understood the Meghan Markle beef that social media says the two have. And I'm pretty sure you guys have all seen that. So it was a smart thing to do. Just nip it in the butt. Get rid of it. It doesn't serve anybody. What it does is a feud like that confirms what everyone accused women of doing. This is why one of the reasons that people use for women not being good leaders is that they can't control their emotions and they don't give people the benefit. Don't give people the benefit. And I'm pretty sure most people don't. Most women don't. But they have created this expectation of pitting one woman against the other, and especially the tabloid media. That is one of their favorite things to do, is to cast a woman into the role as the witch or whatever. They're very good at that. Create this adversary, this antagonist and protagonist and so on. They love to do that. Don't give them the benefit. It's clickbait. And it sends the wrong message to girls. It sends the wrong message. It is nothing natural about throwing a drink in someone's face and turning the table over because you heard they didn't like you, or that you had that thing and you don't even know what the thing was. Nothing natural about that. It's fun to watch. It is fun to watch, but I just don't think that younger people, at a young age, the immature mind, they don't know that it's entertainment. They don't know that the producers are feeding lines and coming up with scenarios. They don't know the difference. I mean, I believe Meghan herself said she even watched in the past. But now that she's a mother, she feels differently about it. So, yeah. And the article, they shared this about the Meghan made Kate cry. Kate Middleton was reportedly left in tears, blah, 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 blah. We found out that that was not the case. It was actually the mean girl, Kate, that was making problems. And the royal family, the article mentions this, that the royal family never said anything about this. They just, they allowed Meghan to be racially abused. A racist BBC, British Broadcasting Company, racist BBC skit mocked Meghan with harmful stereotypes. While this unfolded, the palace stayed quiet. Even when Meghan was pregnant and, in fear of self-harm, the story that she made Princess Kate cry remained untouched. The public believed it. Meghan was hated for it. Surveys from that time showed that most Britons blamed Meghan for everything, including leaving the royal family. Her popularity nosedived while Princess Catherine's image rose. So when you guys say, oh, do we have to talk about Kate? Yes, we do. It's the only thing that eases my emotions about things is dragging her. Yes, we do. And if you don't want to watch it, just tune out. Just tune out. One of the squatties said, "Oh, I thought we had a mute challenge." Remember when William went to New York? I didn't agree to a mute challenge. I didn't. I couldn't wait because I know Willie and I knew he was going to fumble. And I was there for every minute of it. I got such a kick out of that. And I dragged him all the way back to London. And it was fun. And I'd do it again. My favorite part was when the mayor didn't, when he canceled his photo op with William. William was supposed to meet him at the firehouse, the same one that Harry went to. You see, it's good to drag them. I'm so glad for TikTok. I really am. The TikTokers, they really do a good job. If it wasn't for people dragging them, they would feel more emboldened to go after people. You got to take them down a peg or two. I enjoy it. I do. You couldn't make it up. You couldn't make it up. Kate legal action over sexist, snobbish Tatler article. Barb about Kate's weight is so cruel. It's sexist and women shaming at its worst. Emily Andrews. You see that? Emily Andrews wrote that one. And let's see, who wrote this other one? Gosh, I can't see it. But listen, you have to remind people that the only reason for Kate's sudden popularity is because of this, among other things, because of this. And that's the reason why they wanted to take TikTok down, because there's a genocide going on and the mainstream media didn't want to talk about it. It may not seem effective, but believe me, it is. It is. Speak truth to power. That is the article right there. Catherine the Great. Everything was going her way until this article came out. The Tatler is like the Bible for the aristocracy. It's like variety. It's like the variety of the film industry, the entertainment industry. And the Tatler, well, it tattled. They spoke about how painfully thin she appears. They spoke about the laziness and how she was complaining that she has so much more work since Meghan left. The article was supposed to be an opportunity to put her up on a pedestal, but instead, a lot of truth bombs slipped out. So much so that they actually threatened to sue. They threatened to sue them. And so they couldn't do anything about the printed articles, but about 40% of the article as it was on the internet disappeared. I happen to have found it. If anybody's interested, I think I did make a video about it. I happen to have found it, but they were trying to remove it because it was embarrassing for them. And of course, and this is not from that article, this is just something I'm sharing. Meghan is free of that. She is free of it. She's away from it. She has friends. She has real friends, which is something that you never see with those other people. William sometimes sits around with a bunch of lackeys and drink a beer or two. He doesn't have any friends. He doesn't have any friends. He is the butt of the joke. I can assure you, he is the butt of the joke. And Kate, does she even leave the house? Does she even leave the house? And all these school runs, does that happen for real? Probably not. Probably not. They have to make up stuff. And we have receipts. They have to make up stuff. This is triggering to the tabloid media. The woman of color, the biracial woman, actress, entrepreneur, podcaster, humanitarian. They cannot stand it. The influencer, and that is the big one, being an influencer. That is the big one right there. They did everything they could to make sure that they silenced her before she got into that family. I think they just had a hunch. I think they had a hunch that we cannot let her have her voice. And Meghan spoke about that, how they took her voice away. And listen, there's nothing to be ashamed or embarrassed about, because they've had 1,000 years, a 1,000-year head start on manipulation. 1,000 years. No embarrassment. They have manipulated whole continents. They have manipulated whole societies. So it's not a whole lot one person can do. But if you stick together, you can do a lot. Because if it wasn't for the Sussex squad, I'll just leave that open. Now, I got another soundbite for you. I just found this before I came on, so I'll play it for you.
Who else is watching Meghan?
Uh-oh.
Who else?
Not loud enough. Let me do it again.
Who else is watching Meghan Markle's show? I am locked in. Okay, something in me has been unlocked since watching it. I've always loved homemaking. Like, I've always had like a homemaker in me. I love throwing gatherings. I love cooking for a bunch of people. I love like all of that shit. I just haven't found the right people to do it with. But anyway, I'm about to have my own garden now, and I'm about to make that cake. Like, she triggered and unlocked something in me that has been trying to escape, and I'm obsessed with that show. Who else is?
Okay, so there you go. That was pretty short but sweet. And if you'd like to, let me see, check her out on TikTok. Thank God for TikTok. If you like to check her out on TikTok, Diamonds Saints World. I think that's what it's called. Is it Diamond? Oh, that's a little blurry. Let me see. I'm gonna take a look at. Oh yes, Diamond Saints World. Diamond Saints World, and you can find her on TikTok. Keep them coming. That's all I can say is keep them coming. I have been so impressed with the amount of TikTok videos, supportive TikTok videos from all sorts of people, every walk of life, all of these TikTok videos supporting Meghan, supporting her work. And people who have been subject to the lies and such, they're seeing the other side of things. And thank God for that. So let me go here. Breakfast war is over. Yeah, that is over. I'm pretty sure everybody saw the video, so I'm not going to share that. Let me go to the next one. We're almost done, you guys. Don't forget about Clever Blend. Clever is still around. They posted this recently just so that people would remember. Looks like they have a new blend. Yeah, I think that's a new blend. So don't forget Clever Blend. And there is the Tyler Perry, Believe You Can, Pray You Will, and Work Your Ass Off Until You See It come to pass, and then work harder. So I'll let Tyler Perry do the talking. But this came out today.
Perry here. And for a long time, it's been on my heart to create a program where I could take what I've learned in this business and share it with others. That's why today I'm honored and excited to introduce the Tyler Perry Studios Dream Collective. This is a fantastic opportunity for up-and-coming directors to learn about the craft and the business of filmmaking from professionals at the top of their game. In a word, this is about access. Breaking into the industry can be tough, believe me, I know. When I started making movies 20 years ago, wow. Even though their plays were selling out, nobody in Hollywood knew my name or gave me a shot. So the Tyler Perry Studios Dream Collective is my dream of opening the door for the next generation of artists.
Okay. The Tyler Perry Dream Collective. I don't know where to tell you to go to find that. Let me see here. It's got to be there. Tyler Perry Studio Dream Collective.com. That's it. Tyler Perry Studio Dream Collective.com. One more time. Tyler Perry Dream Collective.com. And that is where you can find that information. It is a .com. There's a website for it. So check it out. And we're done. There. Oh, one more thing. I love this guy. Burkina Faso has produced more onions than Senegal and is now the third largest onion producer in West Africa. It is also the second largest onion exporter in the region after Niger, with over 400,000 tons of onions harvested. Burkina Faso may soon become the 9th largest onion producer in Africa. President Traore visited the farms and offered assistance to local farmers, gave them farming tools and many other things. This guy is a legend. He's the future of Africa. He is really the future of Africa. And I pray that in my lifetime I see more leaders like him that says what he means and means what he says. He's very popular with people. We know what happens every time there's an African leader that appears to be changing things for the better. And I'm embarrassed to say my own country, the United States, far too often has a hand in on tearing down some very incredible, hardworking people. The ones that are really the change makers, you can tell that they're good at what they do because all of a sudden they start comparing them to every dictator and savage in history, the usual names. They accuse them of abusing their own people and so on and so forth. So pray for him. And as I said, pray for the vice president of Colombia, because you guys, there is not a lot of Black leadership in Latin America. There simply is not. So having a Black woman as vice president of Colombia is astounding. It is just shocking. In South America, in Latin America, the whiter you appear, the more likely you will have success in your life. A lot of people love to criticize the United States, even especially Americans. But outside of Africa, there is no place else in the world where you will see a self-made Black billionaire. Outside of Africa, self-made, hear the word, self-made Black billionaire, like a Tyler Perry. It just does not exist. And even though the system is under attack right now, given a level playing field would be ideal, but it's not. And in spite of that, African Americans, Black Americans have done some incredible things, contributed so much to science, art, literature, everything you could think of. And we truly have excelled in ways that didn't even seem possible during the colonial era. So we've already proven that not only can we compete, we can exceed. So nothing is perfect anywhere. You're going to find racism, prejudice everywhere you go. But it's like I always say, even with Harry and Meghan, we get our shoulders up, we get our back up and everything. Our breathing becomes shallow, fight or flight. Harry and Meghan have to walk a fine line. And even though they're not over there anymore, they're not out of danger. They're not out of danger. There's always someone waiting to try to tear them down. And of course, to underestimate that family over there is a huge mistake. You got to keep an eye on those people. It's a huge mistake to take them for granted. And as bad as things are now, wait until William is on the throne. Wait until William's on the throne. Someone who's easily manipulated. But my point is, when things are going your way, when people are on your side, even if it's just for that day, take advantage of it. Use it for what you need. And if they change, discard them. But there's a lot of reporters. There's a lot of reporters that we see that, all of a sudden, there they are at the Invictus games or something like that. You can't avoid them. You cannot completely shut down mainstream media. You got to get what you can out of it. And when things ain't going right, you just step away from it until things are better. So they're doing what they have to do. And if you truly support someone, you got to support them in the good times and the bad times, because it's not always easy. And I hear people criticizing Meghan should have done this, Meghan should have done that. The kind of scrutiny that Meghan has faced is going to be one for the record books. It is going to be studied in the future. When they say Meghan effect, it's not going to just be about people buying clothes. It's going to be about the way the tabloid media and the British royal family has gone to war against an infant child over a name, infant child over a title, comparing someone's child to a chimpanzee. It's going to be a lot to unpack. Antagonizing and harassing a pregnant woman, manipulating and brainwashing a prince of the realm, all of those things. So they have a lot to overcome. They're not exactly there yet. So, but they'll get through it because truth is on their side. Truth is on their side. They'll get through it. Let me see. Oh, good. Oh, by the way, you guys, I'm done. So if you need to say goodnight or whatever, go for it because I am done. I'm just going to look at some comments here. But I am done. Good night. God bless. Yeah. Well, you know what? Joe Rogan is actually lost first place, I heard, to the Midas touch. He's already slipping. There's a lot of people that are angry with Joe Rogan because he helped to mislead the public in so many ways. He pretends to be on the fence about things. He tries to play it down the middle, but he always defers to the rich white man. Rich, white, conservative man. That is his set point. And people ignore it from time to time. And listen, Joe Rogan is very good at what he does. He's very good. God, is he good. He knows how to pull you in by playing dumb and all shucks and, pretending to be so green about stuff. He has a good production staff. And he just seems like, the person next door you want to have a beer with. So he's very good at what he does. And if you're into conspiracy theories, he has just enough of that to keep you going. Hey, Mary H. Have a good night. Thank you, Susie Mom. Thank you, Tangerine. Okay. Oh, okay. Let me see. How do I do that? I want to post something at the top of the chat. Give me just a second here.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to my channel. My name is Carmen, and this is Carmen's Place. And today I am celebrating.
Oh, okay. I'm sitting here looking at Carmen's Place. So let me put that link at the top of the chat so you can see the video. Happy 5th anniversary. Look back at Meghan's gorgeous wedding day makeup. Okay, let me put that up there at the top so you'll have a chance to see it. Okay, let me see here. Wait. Oh, okay. I was about to say, why ain't that showing up? I get it now. I get it now. There we go.
To my channel. My name is Carmen, and this is Carmen's Place. And today I am celebrating the 5th anniversary of Harry and Meghan, my favorite couple.
Okay, I'm gonna put this in the community tab. That's what I'm gonna do. Like, subscribe.
Anniversary. I thought it would be fun.
Okay, subscribe, share. There we go. I just put that in the community tab. Oh, you mentioned Daniel Martin there too. Okay. Okay. Let me see. All right, very good. So it is there. And now I'm going to put it at the top of the chat. Okay. Copy, 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 copy. And there it goes right there. And I'm going to replace the pin. So you can watch the Carmen's Place video. There it is. Oh, I see this makeup. Okay. Dior. I see that. Yeah, this is the stuff that that Daniel was talking about. Very good. Wow, and that's from a year ago. You did your research. Very cool. All right, so make sure you guys check it out. And of course, while you're there, like, subscribe, and share. Like, subscribe, and share. Not necessarily in that order. Like, subscribe, and share. Okay, still looking at some of the comments here. Good night, Reba Henderson. Oh, very nice. Just joined Instagram solely to support Meghan Sussex and Get Family. Is it Get Family? I have no plans on posting things. You know what? I have an Instagram account. I rarely post stuff. I posted some things. I don't think I've posted anything in about a year. So it's easy to Instagram is not as shady as some of the other places because anyway, I don't encounter much by way of hate on Instagram. I'm sure it's there, but I don't see a lot of it. And also remember, we have more control over our algorithm than we know. You just have to make sure, do your best not to click on the hate stuff. And if you don't follow it, it won't follow you. You have to prime, you got to season your algorithm. They'll suggest things that they know you want to see, but occasionally some of the crappy stuff pops up. Okay. Well, there was a lot today. Probably be the same tomorrow. And of course, April, we get a chance. I think it's okay. April 8th is the podcast. And then, of course, the merchandise is promised for spring. So we have that to look forward to. Did the baseball season start today? I think baseball started today. Every year, baseball is closer to New Year's, and the end of baseball is closer to Christmas. Have you noticed that? One year, actually the year the Cubs finally won the World Series, it was on my birthday, November 3rd. Oh, hello, Ivy here. Ivy, I saw you earlier and I forgot to say hi. But thank you so much for being here. Okay, I'm gonna find that. Let me see, where is it? Okay, I want to share a video from the Meghan's Instagram. Let me see. Oh, this one. I didn't share this one. I have to turn the sound down on it though. This one where she's making those I don't know what that is she's making. Wow, that looks so good. That looks so good. Remember, Meghan said that she doesn't use any fancy piping apparatus. She just takes a plastic bag and cut the end of it. You see that? She doesn't have one of those. Have you seen those piping bags, the way they have that little spout at the end of it? Meghan just grabs a plastic bag and have at it. She doesn't do anything fancy. Yes, the rose cupcakes. Thank you. I shall. I will do that. Thank you. Yes, I will. Now, the rose cupcakes, does it have like, is it like rose flavored? Is that what's going on? I know she said it was some stuff that would not fit into the season. Oh, okay. You know what's so funny is that because I'm looking at that, all of a sudden I can smell roses. Just a hint, just a whisper. Oh, really? Okay, I'm looking at the message now. Ah, congratulations. Oh, wow, that is nice. Oh, wow. Your family is blessed to have you. I'll tell you that. They are blessed to have you. That is very nice. Very cool. Well, thanks for sharing that. Well, are those, what is that, cookies or whatever? Somebody just told me rose something, rose cupcakes. Oh, okay. I didn't see the cupcake pan. That's the top of the cupcakes. But does it taste like rose? Let me see. Okay, rose water flavor. Oh my God, I wanna taste that. Ah, okay. Ah, very nice. Yeah, I like those doing surprises like that. I really like doing surprises like that. That is fun. That is fun. Yeah, right? Megan said she doesn't like to bake. Megan did say she doesn't like to bake. Don't forget, you guys, I am done. I'm just like, you know, shooting the breeze here for a bit. You know, suddenly I'm hungry. I want to taste those cupcakes. Well, obviously, there's going to be a recipe for it. And I remember rose water. I remember rose water, but um, oh gosh, I mean, from like childhood, I remember rose water, but I haven't seen it anywhere in ages. So it has been off my radar for some time. Oh, I see they got like okay, I just searched rose water and all kind of stuff came up. All kind of stuff come up. You just Google rose water and all kind of stuff comes up. Pleasant aroma, good taste. This is the Cortez rose water. I guess, yeah, it's a drink. It's a drink. Rose water. Oh, they say it goes great with ricotta cheese, Italian sponge cake, cookies, and biscuits. Great for cooking, baking, also skincare. Wow. Okay, I didn't know it was that popular. I did not know it was that popular. You know what? Right now, I would feel the same way. I would definitely feel the same way. I would think I had won the lottery, especially because of the excitement that has been built up about it. And I'm not embarrassed to say, when there's something trending, I want to be a part of it. I don't try to play cool and pretend otherwise. I want to be a part of it. I want to share in the excitement. I want everything that's on Oprah's favorite, what is that? Oprah's favorite things list. That's the reason why I have my Nikon cameras, because it was on the list years ago. Nothing to be embarrassed about. It's just being part of of a community. And the fact that the Le Creuset is a quality item that can be passed on to the next generation, I think it's a win-win. Just like the cast iron skillet that I have. I don't know how many chicken wings has been fried in that skillet. I only use it for like really high heat stuff, which by the way, speaking of high heat, I had a vacuum packed mystery meat in my freezer. Now, my aunt loved QVC. As a matter of fact, when my aunt passed away, I'm pretty sure QVC's um what do you call it? Their stock probably plunged because my aunt loved QVC. So she would, get the all kind of stuff like the pot stickers, and they pack them in styrofoam containers with dry ice, and so it's still frozen when you get it. And if it's not frozen, they'll replace it. And she's gotten replacements for things. Well, anyway, I had something vacuum packed that she gave. I didn't know what it was. And so I thawed it. I seasoned it. I put it back in the refrigerator to let it marinate. And then I cooked it. And to the best of my ability, I do believe that that was a boneless piece of pork or something like that. God, was it good? Oh, it was so good. I only had the one. But it was, even though I had it all, the vacuum pack was still tight and everything, so it wasn't bad or anything, but it hadn't gotten like the freezer taste, and it was really good. So if I knew it was going to be that good, I'd have cooked it sooner. Oh yes, cornbread in the cast iron skillet. That's the best. That is the best. I still want to get my cast iron skillet cleaned. There is a company for, I think it costs like $100, and you can send out your pan and they will use like whatever um to clean it, and then they'll season it for you because you want to keep it seasoned. They will season it for you. They will give it 3 rounds of seasoning before they return it to you, and it costs like $100 because, I mean, let's face it, when you get a cast iron skillet passed down to you, there is some like crud that is, baked into it that may have been there for 50 years. And the only part that is raw cast iron is inside of it, but on the outside, you know what I'm saying? I would like to get all of that removed. So, um, and also, I'm just kind of nosy. I want to know which company made the cast iron pan and all that kind of stuff, because this is the one that only has the one handle on it. When you buy the new ones, they have the other handle on the other side of it, which is really smart and very safe, but it doesn't look as authentic, I believe. So, but yeah, I want to send this pan out just out of curiosity. I want to send it out and get it cleaned to see what it really looks like. Okay, I found it. It says cast iron restoration. I did a screenshot. It's cast iron restoration. And you can send your pan and they will remove all of the crust and the crud. Cast iron restoration charges $100. It's between 75 and 100. That's what I see here. I'm going to put it on the screen so you all can see it. Give me just a second. I'll put it on the screen. So if you have an old cast iron pan and you're thinking about getting it restored to its original raw cast iron, they can do it. You just send it out. And you know what else would be nice about that is that, if you are going to like pass it on to the next generation. Wouldn't it be nice to have it completely stripped down? I think so. There it is right there. Cast iron Chris will restore your cast iron cookware and have it looking and cooking beautifully again. This is a fantastic opportunity to have a family heirloom or a pan you've neglected for years return back to its former glory. Pricing varies, depends on piece and condition. Please contact through our contact us section of the site or through our social media platform for an estimate and instructions. Yeah, well, that's an option, just in case. I didn't know it exists until, I saw it on YouTube, and they have a certain like an oil-based something that they season it. So they're not going to send it back to you rusty. They are going to season it. So when you get it, it is ready to go. When you get it back, it's ready to go. I like it. I like the idea of it. Okay. Well, it was, and I think it was pork. I think it was pork. It's good though. Yes, oil and season. They send it back to you, completely restored. Let me see. Cast iron, Chris. Oh yeah, there's a YouTube channel. It's called Cast Iron Chris. Yeah, he has a YouTube channel. It's called Cast Iron Chris. They use electrolysis to clean it. Oh my God, some of the before and after, you guys. Some of the before and afters. I want to send mine in. That's a good business to have, actually. Yeah, and if you go to his YouTube channel, they show you how they do it. He has some 55-gallon electrolysis tanks, and that is what removes all of the crud. Are you serious? I did not know that. Well, I'm going to get my pan cleaned. And the only person I trust to do it is Cast Iron Chris. And the reason why I trust him is because he's the only person I've ever seen do. That's why I trust. Cast Iron Chris. Yeah, I want my pan clean. I want to see what it was originally. I want to see the marks on the bottom and everything. That is a lot of money to spend just to see the marks on the bottom of the pan. But I'm kind of nosy and I want to see it. First, remove rust with vinegar and water. Soak, scrub the steel wool non-hot sponge. Is it possible to clean it on your own, though? God, it just seemed like it would make such a mess. Well, I'm not going to purchase a new one. I got an heirloom quality cast iron pan. And also, having a good cast iron pan is also a great way to protect you and your family from intruders. It's a great way to protect your family from intruders. It's the peacekeeper. Yeah. So remember, you guys, it is Cast Iron Chris. I'm not getting anything for saying this. I'm just telling you because, you're my family and I want to share that with you. To be honest with you, that's the only can I like. I like Jiffy Mix. No, it's a blue box. I think the box is blue. That the one in the white box, that was Betty something, right? The Jiffy Mix is in a blue box, and that other one, Betty something, is in the white box. Okay, my recipe. This is my recipe. Take some Jiffy Mix, make a batter, not try to make the batter just a little dry. You want a little dry, whatever it says to measure the milk. You want to go just a little less because you want your batter to be a bit dry, a little stiffer. Or you'll want it too milky, right? And then you take a can of salmon, get some pink salmon or whatever salmon, get some canned salmon, take that bone and stuff out of it. I can't stand them bones and stuff and them innards. And then you just mix the salmon and the Jiffy Mix. You mix it just like you're making hamburger. Just mix it all together. Just put your hands in there and just mix it, mix it, mix it. And then make some little patties out of it and fry it. It is so good. Best salmon cakes you ever had. Eat it with some hot sauce and a squeeze of lemon. It is so good. I haven't made that in years, by the way. But I used to love to cook those little salmon cakes like that. You take some Jiffy Mix and some canned salmon. I'm guessing 1 can to 1 box of Jiffy Mix. It's been a while since I made it. And you just cook them like little pancakes. Yeah, you just make them like little pancakes. I'm telling you, you got to try it. That's some good eating there. Put some hot sauce on it. And I'm not really much of a hot sauce person. I don't eat hot sauce that much. But for some reason, when I make that, I got to put some hot sauce on it. Oh, and you know what else? You could put some green onions in there. Put some green onions in there. Chop them nice and fine. Put some green onions. You can put some bell pepper and you know, yellow, white onion or whatever. Just chop it up real fine, because if you don't, then your uh, little fish cakes are gonna fall apart. But it's so good, so good. And the firmer you can make it, the better. And you just grill it. You can just grill it. You don't need to deep fry it. You can just grill it um, in whatever oil you use, because the salmon is already good to eat out the can, and so you're really just cooking the cornbread. Put some finely chopped green onions in there, some finely chopped bell peppers. Talk about some good eating. Now it's gonna stink. Yeah, it's gonna stink, but it's good. You know what? I'm gonna make that tomorrow. I haven't made that in years now that I think about it. I mean, like, probably I'm sure it's been over 10 years. It has been well over 10 years. I have not made that. Hadn't thought about it. And it's so inexpensive. Yeah, it's so inexpensive. And just I'm telling you guys, put a little hot sauce, squeeze a little lemon on it. Oh, it's divine. But just remember, you want your batter from the Jiffy Mix. You want it to be just a little stiffer. You don't want it to be too loose. You want it to be, so it'll hold those cakes together. Right now, I'm saving my green onion bulbs so that I can plant them and grow some green onions this summer. Yeah, I think pretty much anything that has a bulb, when you buy it, you can plant it, right? What's expensive now? Well, everything is expensive. I shouldn't even ask. Oh, they're so good. They're so good. It's a shame. It really is. When we start liking stuff, the price go up. when we start liking it, the price go up. Oh, some good old oxtails. Love me some oxtails. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. The only person who could make dressing like my mother was my sister. And now that my sister's gone, no more dressing. Nobody else in the family learned how to make it. Moo and oinks. Moo and oinks. We got the baby. We got the baby spareback ribs. Moo and oinks. Okay, legs, don't cheat. Don't cheat. But do you remember the original name of Moo and oinks? No cheating now. But do you remember the original name of Moo and oinks? The original name of Moo and oinks. No cheating. Oh, thank you, Ingrid Soares. The original name of Moo and oinks. Well, it was called the Calumet Meatpacking Company. And Moo and Oinks, that was their slogan. That was their slogan. The Calumet Meatpacking Company, home of the Moo and Oinks. And of course, the name Calumet, I believe that comes from the native tribe, the Calumets. And I think they called it Calumet because it was probably the way the French pronounced it. It's probably Calumet. But yeah, it was called the Calumet Meatpacking Company. The Calumet Meatpacking Company. And they would say, it's the original home of the Moo and Oinks. Okay. I'm trying to see if I can find some signage that says that. That probably disappeared a long time ago. Oh my goodness, I didn't realize that Moo and Oinks went out of business. Oh, okay, right here says the Jewish-owned company. Okay, it says the Jewish-owned company traces its history back about 150 years to wholesaler Calumet Meat, which took on the Barnyard Animal name in 1977. It was a staple of the Black community long before grocery chains began earnestly talking about eradicating food deserts on the South and West sides. Super Value, for one, has pledged to open 30 of his Save-A-Lot discount stores in Chicago over the next 5 years. Let me see here. Okay, but no regulars at the South Shore Muanoinks. The demise of their long time. But yeah, so that was the original name, was the Calumet Meat Company, Meat Packing Company, home of the Muanoinks. God, I'm old. If I if I remember that, I'm old. That means I'm old. Okay, the company was founded by Joe Lazak, whose family had a long history of selling meat products in Chicago. The original location was on the corner of 35th and Calumet Avenue on the south side of Chicago. Muanoinks sold a variety of meats, including pork, chicken, beef, and lamb. The company specialized in selling to soul food restaurants and barbecues. In the 1960s, the company moved to a larger location at 3831 South Halsted Avenue in Bridgeport. Muanoinks was well known for its promotional events and local advertising campaigns. Late night television commercials played through the late 1970s. The 21st century, the company's mascot, Moo, a cow, and Oink, a pig, was prominently featured in a long-running series of commercials featuring a boisterous rap by Pierre B. Johnson that debuted in 1982. And in 2005, Tina Fey and Amy Poehler sang the opening verses of the jingle on Saturday Night Live. I did not know that. Yeah, they sang it on the Weekend Update. I never saw that before. Well, you know, Tina Fey and Amy Poehler, they had lived in Chicago while they were at Second City. Wow. Isn't that something? Let me see. Wow, Baron just woke up and turned on YouTube to hear Muanoinks, Muanoinks. This is a Chicago landmark. It sure is. It sure is. I thought Muanoink was black owned all this time. They didn't mind selling that pork to us. Ain't that the truth? You know, I was thinking about that when I was reading. I'm just like, they ain't gonna need it, but they sell it to us. If you're not from Chicago, there's a lot of things in Chicago named Calumet. Calumet High School, of course, the meat packing company, the street. But yeah, Calumet, I believe that was a native tribe. If somebody would have told me years ago that I would be up at 2:00 in the morning talking to 882 people about the Calumet Meat Packing Company on something called YouTube, I would have never believed it. Oh, you know what? I think I was wrong about that. Okay, calumet. I knew that was a French word. Calumet, from the French word chalamet, meaning reed or flute, is a profoundly scared, I'm sorry, not scared, what am I saying? A profoundly sacred object among many Native American tribes. Okay, so I wasn't completely wrong. I did know it had something to do with Native Americans. These pipes were used in a variety of ceremonies, including peace and war, but more often for peace, giving them the peace pipe name. Now, see, all this time, I didn't know that calumet meant peace pipe. I had no idea. Yeah, so calumet means peace pipe, an ancient symbol of peace and friendship among Native American tribes. And I just knew it was French, though, because of the way it's spelled. I knew it was French. Illinois is derived from French. Let me see. It says Illinois from the Illini Indian word meaning men or warriors, supplemented by the French adjective ending ois. So the French added the OIS. The S is silent, of course. It always drives me crazy when I hear somebody say Illinois. It ain't Illinois, it's French, it's Illinois. Now, I thought it had something to do with the Ilowics. Oh, yeah, it is. The name Illinois originates from the Ilowics, a confederation of tribes in the region whose name is believed to be related to the Miami, Illinois word. Okay. Uh-oh, you want some bacon now? Chitlins. Yes, I love hoghead cheese. Hoghead cheese, that is so good. How do they make that? I never knew how they make it. I know it has like some kind of gelatin or something. My uncle used to make it every New Year's. He would make the hoghead cheese. Hoghead cheese, thinly sliced with a little mustard. You add a little mustard to it and eat it on a cracker, and it is so good. Hoghead cheese, you can make a sandwich with it too, but hoghead cheese, thinly sliced, with a little mustard on a cracker. Talk about some good eating. That's how I used to eat it. See, that's what's really bad is that my uncle that used to make the hoghead cheese, he passed away back in the 80s, I think. And ever since then, I have not had any decent hoghead cheese. Okay, I'm getting hungry. Oh, you remember the calumet? Okay, nice, nice. Are there any Chicagoans who remember Chicken Unlimited? Good old Chicken Unlimited. Chicago Chicken Unlimited. And that was a restaurant. It was called Chicken Unlimited. Oh my God, do they still exist? No. This is an old menu. As a matter of fact, you can tell this menu is old. I'm looking at a picture of it. It says call WA 83100 Rosebud Farms. Oh no, that ain't Chicken Unlimited. That's something else. You know that White Fence Farm restaurant? I've never been there. I've never been to White Fence Farm. I think it's out there by Bolingbrook. Oh yeah, the Church's Chicken. Oh, Church's Chicken was so good. Oh yeah, the good old Chicago Stockyards. The Chicago Stockyards was open from I think 1865 until like 1975. I think they finally closed. That is a clever name, Church Chicken. Church's Chicken. Yeah, I'm looking at an old menu actually. That's what I'm looking at is an old menu. And I mean, it's so old it doesn't even have 312 for the telephone number. It doesn't even have 312. I go on a lot of those like Facebook pages about like old time this and vintage that kind of stuff. Yeah, I follow a lot of those Facebook pages. Okay, I'm hungry. Oh wow, that's amazing. Hot fun in the summertime. Hot fun in the summertime. Those summer days. Oh, it's called a duchy in Jamaica? Did not know that. Oh, I want some hog head cheese so bad now. Now, see, if somebody made some good hog head cheese and sold it like on QVC or at the what you call it? Well, sold it anywhere. I don't know that that they sell it anywhere. I mean, if you can make a patty pie, you can make some hog head cheese. Okay, Parker House just calls it head cheese. I bet it's a mess too. Um, yeah, I'm looking at it. It looks a mess. Don't look like the hog head cheese I ate. Oh, Manda. There's a place called Manda that makes it. Okay. Manda, Creole food of Louisiana. Okay, I'll take my chances with that one. I wonder if they ship. And they even call it hog head cheese. I wonder if they ship. Simple recipe for cooking hog head cheese. I could always make my own, couldn't I? 1 pound hog head cheese sliced in. Oh, this is for like making something else. I cannot believe it is still that many people in here. Oh, you're so lucky. I know I was shocked when I saw a oh god, what's the chicken store? Harold's Chicken. I was so shocked when I saw Harold's Chicken in Hollywood, California. I was shocked. On the Walk of Fame. I was shocked. Oh, they sell it on Amazon. You could order the hog head cheese. Let me see. $44, $44.99. How much do you get? You get a 6-pack, 8-ounce pack of 3. Or you can get the 6-pack. Okay, now the 8-ounce pack of 3 is $29.99. But is it good? Is it good? So that's a total of 24 ounces for $30. Oh, old folks hog head cheese. Where they sell this at? The name of it is Old Folks Hog Head Cheese. Old Folks Hog Head Cheese. Oh, well. I just don't think it's going to taste the same. I just rather not have it. Just have to go without it. Oh, I bet that was good. Oh my goodness, that is so good. I'm so happy for you. I'd be up in there all the time. It had a little vinegar for it to taste the same as that. Okay. I used to put vinegar on my fish. I used to put vinegar on my fish, and you never really hear people mention it or use it or anything like that, except for when I was in the UK. I went to a real fish and chip restaurant, right? Because I had never had, English fish and chip before. And I was so shocked when I saw that they offered, I think it was a malted vinegar. I'm like, wow, that is that's surprising. Oh, okay. Okay. And I'm just about greedy enough to do that too. Park Packing Company. Okay, let me check that out. Park Packing Company. Never heard of it. Ain't that something? Of course, I don't usually shop for nothing like that. But like wholesale meat and stuff like that. I have learned something new. Thank you. Wow, family-run butcher offering wide selection of meats and cuts, plus dairy and seafood. This might be my new favorite place. This might be my new favorite place. Huh. Okay. Now this opens up a whole world of possibilities. Yes, this opens up a whole world of possibilities. I'm looking at the website now. 41st and Ashland. Huh. Nice. And I can hear myself right now. Y'all got some hog head cheese. Could I have some hog head cheese? Please. Yes. All things come to those who wait. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Good looking out. Thank you. I am so happy now. Yes. Oh, happy day. I wonder if I've passed this place before. I probably have. And didn't even notice it. All right. God, hotels are cheap right now. You know you can get a room on the Mag Mile for $81 right now? That is cheap. Of course, there ain't a whole lot going on. Of course, there ain't no stores on Michigan Avenue anymore, so if you're going down there to shop or dine, you could probably get some food. You ain't gonna be able to buy nothing. Yeah, you take out a small loan just to enjoy some oxtails. Oh, well. Yeah, well, it's talking to me right now because I'm making myself hungry. I am making myself hungry. Of course, I didn't eat much today. That's the other thing is I didn't eat much today. I think I had lunch and I meant to make myself a smoothie and I didn't. But that was the only meal I had today. That and some Pringles. So I am hungry. Balsamic vinegar. And you know, I bought some of that balsamic vinegar where it's like, I want to say it was like $20 for like 6 ounces. It was so thick, it was almost like syrup. That you don't need a whole lot. Oh my God, is that good? That real thick balsamic vinegar. They usually have them at the gourmet supermarkets, and it is thick like syrup. And especially if you're, I mean, you can cook with it. You can put it on a salad with some olive oil. Oh my God, I love balsamic vinegar. And the more expensive it is, usually the better it is. Because if it's like been reduced down like syrup, it is just bursting with flavor. Can you still shop on State Street and Magma? No, there's really nothing there. Okay. So State Street has been divided into 3 districts. There's the theater district, there's the I guess the retail district, and then there is the education district. So the further south you go, that's where you have the Harold Washington Library. You have some satellite locations for like Roosevelt University, Loyola, DePaul. And then in the middle, you have what's left of shopping. And then, of course, there's like the Chicago Theater and all, so it's not much left. And a lot of those old vintage office buildings are either hotels or apartment buildings. And Michigan Avenue, oh my God, Michigan Avenue is just, it's sad. It is so sad. And a lot of the stores are gone because of the economy. A lot of stores are gone because of online shopping. But the real sad thing is a lot of the stores are gone because of smashing and grabbing, smashing and grabbing. And that is something that has plagued so many cities, so many cities. And if you get rid of the traffic, like when they tried to close State Street in the past, but they still left it open for buses, that was a big mistake. They should have just shut it down. I wish they would get rid of, I think they should get rid of Lakeshore Drive at Grant Park. They should either do like a deep tunnel thing or just get rid of it. They really should just get rid of it. It'll be a big inconvenience at first, but when people get used to it, they get used to it. And that's all to it. But too much traffic in Grant Park. In most cities where they were brave enough to close streets and turn them into pedestrian areas, it has been hugely successful. One of my favorite things is urban planning. I love to see some good urban planning, and it just makes so much sense. Hot pepper sauce with green papaya and mango. Ooh, great with fish, greens, gumbo. Wow, that sounds amazing. Yeah, it's still there, but it just ain't that many shops anymore. It's just not as many shops as it used to be. Hey, Sean, let me see. Do they in trouble again? Charles is in a hospital. Do Harry can come back to keep him there? I said, Sean, by the way, thank you for the super chat. Every time the Sussexes are doing something big, somebody has a medical emergency, somebody, you know, London Bridge falls, whatever. That always happens. As soon as something big is going on for them, there's some kind of situation. Yep, it always happens. Plotting and scheming as per usual. Let me see. I still Why is it still drive that way? They also closed down for events. Yeah, I mean, listen, it seems like it'd be the worst thing in the world, but we get used to it. Now, as an alternative, they can okay, this is my idea. Shift the traffic over to Columbus. And then at Columbus, do like a tunnel. Do like a deep tunnel thing, you know? Put the traffic on Columbus. You know, that way it won't be so close to the water. Not that it would probably flood or anything like that, but I mean, because right now it's just too much traffic in Grant Park. Parks are supposed to be parks. They could even, okay, put the traffic through Columbus Avenue and create some bridges to cross over, right? Cross over with a bridge. Like they should really lower Columbus Drive. Even if you leave Lakeshore Drive open, lower Columbus Drive. Just put a big trench and run Columbus Drive through it and put some bridges to cross. Like wherever there's a cross street, put a bridge there. Get rid of all the cross streets in the park. And I'm telling you, it would be such a big difference. Yeah, it'd be such a big difference. We got to encourage people to get out of cars and to walk and to you know, and it's good for business because people like that's why people move to cities because they want to be a pedestrian. They don't want to hop on Highway 6 to go to, you know, the Piggly Wiggly and all that stuff. Well, you know, Sean, Arthur Edwards, I don't know how many times in the last year I've heard Arthur Edwards mention Harry coming back. He still believes that Harry is coming back to work. The worst thing in the world would be Harry living in the shadow of his brother. They want Harry to live in his brother's shadow because his brother is not strong enough on his own to do what he needs to do. And the only person who can keep him in line that isn't afraid to tell him the truth is Harry. Let me see. Columbus is where they shut down. You still have the parks. You have not. Well, yeah. I mean, listen, I'm not an urban planner, but I do, you know, read a lot of stuff, watch a lot of, you know, illustrations. There's a way to do it. There's a way to do it. And one of the reasons why they're so stuck on Columbus is because they want Michigan Avenue as a backdrop. A lot of those things should take place in Northerly Island. I mean, there's other places where they can have these events, but you know, I get that they want to be right there at the Buckingham Fountain and all that kind of stuff. But it is a way to make it more pedestrian friendly, and you can reroute the traffic. I mean, before they do it, it seems like the worst thing in the world. But once it's done and it's just a fact of life, then somehow people manage to get along with it. So, but for people who want to enjoy the park and the concerts and stuff like that, um, Columbus is a convenient street to shut down because, you know, they're not going to ruin the grass because you got this paved area, which is perfect for staging an event. But we just have to think outside the box. And okay, if you don't want to lower Columbus Drive, then do a tunnel. Just put it all underground, like Lower Wacker Drive. Just put everything underground. I mean, it's not even quite what is not really a mile. It's about the distance is what about, well, it's more than a mile. It's more than half a mile. But anyway, there's a way they could do it. Create more green space. Well, they would love to try to starve Harry to come back, starve him into submission. And also, I cannot stress this enough. They want Harry to be a cautionary tale. They want to use Harry. They want they want the possibility of Harry's failure so that they can warn anybody else in the clan about the perils of leaving the institution. That's why they need him so desperately to fail. Because if he succeeds, that's only going to encourage the next person and the next person in the family to chart their own course. Yeah, that's what it is. They want him to fail so that nobody else leaves. Let me see. They have more lights for pedestrians and you have jobs. Park, let's see, really nice now. It's elevated. Yeah, I mean, there's a way to do it. There is a way to do it. And the few occasions that they close down Columbus Drive is not compelling enough to keep things the way that they are. I mean, there's another way to do it. There's always another way to do it. But I would like to see Grant Park a much greener place, fewer streets going through it, and we just have to get used to it. I mean, Paris doesn't have a highway going through it, and they're okay. And look at the Big Dig in Boston. They got rid of that highway and put it underground and everything. And yes, it was expensive, but let me tell you, Boston is not an attractive city. I was so disappointed. I went to Boston and I went to Philadelphia. I had never been to either. And Philadelphia is so much more beautiful than Boston. Boston's waterfront had been neglected for so long. And then they have the ugliest city hall in all of big city America. Ugly, ugly, ugly building. Now, I love brutalist architecture. Brutalism doesn't bother me. But the language of the building is not that consistent with a city like Boston. Boston should have a grand classical building, Romanesque. What else? Neoclassical, something. But that looks like a prison. It is awful, awful, awful. In the name of urban renewal, they destroyed Boston. Now, there's some beautiful little side streets and stuff like that I saw, and I was like, wow, this is gorgeous. But in the very important part of the city, I'm just like, what have they done? Which almost happened to Chicago. The first mayor, Daley, he loved tearing it down and putting up something new. We used to have a beautiful federal building. Beautiful federal building with a big dome and everything. They tore it down and put up the Federal Plaza, which is sleek, elegant, but is not very traditional architecture or, and it's a real shame because the work that went into that building only to tear it down. I don't even think it was, how old was that building? It was 1965 when they demolished it. And it was probably built around, oh gosh, the 19 teens or something. And they just tore it down. Urban renewal. It looked like any state capitol. If you would have put it in an open area anywhere in America, you'd be like, is that the state capitol? That's what it looked like. And they demolished it. Well, in a minute, I'm going to be half sleeping, eating because I am hungry. Well, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. I mean, I drive through, but I haven't really, you know what I'm saying? Let me see, between Michigan and Wacker, it's been a minute. Yes, Philadelphia. I was so impressed with Philadelphia. And listen, being from Chicago, which is considered a university, an open air museum of architecture, I know good architecture when I see it. And Philadelphia was impressive. Boston, not so much. Not so much. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you look it up. Oh, gosh, let me see. Benjamin Marshall? Let me check that. I'm testing my memory. I believe the architect was Benjamin Marshall and Charles Eli Fox, Fox and Marshall Architects. Let me check my memory of that. Chicago Old Federal Building. Oh, no, it was Henry Ives Cobb. Henry Ives Cobb. That was the name of the architect. It was built in 1905 and demolished in 1965. Yeah, that's it right there. Now, what you're looking at, I'm going to tell you. When they took this photo, it was probably the 1940s or the 1950s. I think it was the 1950s. because you can see that very modern post-war building behind it. See that plain white building with all the glass? And then the building with the statue on the top, that is the Chicago Board of Trade. And in front of the federal building, you can see this, that there's a big construction site. So what happened was, instead of the one building, which of course, that building was not big enough for Chicago. It's just not big enough. So they would have had to build another building, or they would have had to purchase another building and then retrofit it for federal use, right? So Dearborn Street, that's Dearborn Street. That is where Federal Plaza is located. So where the old federal building is, they have a United States Post Office, the John Kluzinski building, which is an office building, and then on the side of the street closest to us, that's where they have the Dirksen building, which is the federal courthouse. So there's an office building, a courthouse, and a post office. And instead of just one city block is the courthouse, and that is where they have the post office and the office building, like branches of the FBI, Secret Service, that kind of stuff. Oh, good night, Ivy. Bye for now. Bye from Ivy. Bye. Yeah, so that is the old federal building. Most people, and you know what? Chicago has had 5 different city halls. Chicago has 5 different city halls, and every time they build a new one, they outgrow it immediately. But yeah, they demolished that building. Demolished it. 60-year-old building demolished and replaced with a very modern Federal Plaza. Just black glass, steel. I mean, it's nice, but it's nothing like that. Federal Plaza, Chicago. I mean, it's so sad they tore that building down. And I have never seen any color photos of it. None. But they said the interior was amazing. Oh, yeah, that building is long gone. They tore it down in 1965. Yep, they tore it down in 1965. Gone, gone, gone. So I know this photo is from the 50s because that modern building back there did not exist before the 50s, because from 1929 to the 1950s, there were no new skyscrapers built in Chicago. So either everything looks like these old buildings or they look like that one building back there behind it. So I'll even have to look at the cars to tell you that this photo is from at least the 1950s, but it may have been as yeah, they probably purchased all the buildings on the where all that construction is. They purchased all those buildings and demolished them. And then by 1965, that building was gone. So this may have been around 1960, but I know it was post-war. And let me see. If you look to the left, that little shorter, darker building there, that's the Monadnock. That is still there. And then there's another building there on the left side. That's still there. And of course, the building with the statue at the top, the Board of Trade, that is still there. And that building behind it, that tall one that kind of has that shape like the Empire State Building, you see it like right behind it. I never knew what that building was, but I do believe it's still there. Yeah, I do believe it's still there. Not since the 1980s. Can you believe that? I have not been on a boat tour since the 1980s. I think I went on the boat tour around oh gosh. And every year I say, I'm going to take the boat tour, and I ain't took it yet. So I have not been on a boat tour in about, oh my gosh, how many years has that been? About 30 something years? Yeah. But I do have a lot of architectural books, a bunch of them. Okay. Hey, Mario, I didn't know you were here. Did somebody say jam? Yes. Yes, jam. Jam on it. Jam on it. Jam on it. As the day turns to night and night turns to day. Jam on it. I remember that song. Jam on it. Jam on it. Oh, those raspberries look so good. Wow, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Well, I wonder what the first thing I'll use my jam on. I don't know. You know what? Maybe I'll do that bacon sandwich like you know, that what's their name did. Maybe I'll do that. Wait, was Connie Balmer here? I don't remember seeing Connie Balmer. Yeah, I don't remember seeing Connie Balmer. Oh yeah, okay. Did I not say hi or something? Oh, hi, TMCD. Oh my God, you guys, it's been 4 hours. I'm fixing to go. I'm not even doing an outro or whatever. I'm not going to even play any music out. I'm just going to say good night, God bless, and thank you so much for watching Royal Sussex. Oh, it would feel weird if I didn't play any music, wouldn't it? It would feel weird. Got to play some music. Well, let me see. Yeah, once upon a time, as if it was really difficult to make that decision. Once upon a time. And I'm still hungry.